And a very warm welcome to Farmers Cross, home of Cork Harlequins Cricket Club. We are live for this Oricus Irish Senior Cup first round match between Cork Harlequins of the Munster Cricket Union and Merrion Cricket Club of the Leinster Cricket Union. We have had a delayed start by 15 minutes, however we will be getting underway at 12:45. You can see in your display there the two umpires are out there. My name is Rodders Cotter and I'm going to be joined by Joseph O'Mahony. Hey Joe.
Good afternoon, Rodders. Good to be with you today.
Absolutely, so a very warm welcome along. Cork Harlequins will be taking the field there momentarily along with Merrion. Cork Harlequins have won the toss. They have elected to field first, which means the Leinster outfit will be batting first. This is the first Irish Senior Cup match being hosted in Farmers Cross, the first time in 10 years. The last time we've had Irish Senior cricket played here at Farmers Cross was Fox Lodge versus Cork Harlequins. Fox Lodge from the Northwest Cricket Union, quite a long time ago. So it's great that we have Irish Senior Cup cricket back here in Cork. And Joe, you have a few details.
Thanks, Rodders. Yeah, so it's great to be here again now today. We had a bit of wet weather earlier on, a bit of water got onto the wickets. So at least that's all dried off now and the umpires are quite happy. And Merrion have won the Irish Cups one time, first time in 2016. Mind you, they were knocking on the door on 5 other occasions. You could name off the ex and current Irish internationals, so it'll be up to a lot to do for Cork Harlequins today. But I think they've won a good toss. Ball will be seaming around and there's overhead conditions, so you might get a bit of swing as well at times. Wind is fairly low, which is strange, but there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of overcast. You can see the Harlequins fielders taking the field. The Merrion batsmen are already out and waiting. Bit, as you say, Joe, bit overcast today. Fingers crossed that we'll have a bit of sun coming out during the afternoon. However, that's not forecast, so hopefully the rain will stay away. Looks like it's going to be Zubair Hassan Khan opening up the bowling for Cork Harlequins. They're going to be starting from the city end of the ground. Last time these two sides met was in the 2020 format. That was the Irish Senior 2020 competition. That was back in 2012. Joe, you were at that match above in Merrion.
2021, more like it.
2021, was it? Oh, yeah. What did I say?
2012.
So that was the last time these two sides met. Cork Harlequins won that day by the skin of their teeth. And no doubt Merrion will be looking for revenge. So that game was back in 2021. It was a humdinger above in Bowles Bridge in Anglesey Street. One off the last ball, I believe. However, different format today, different ground. Nice few people have gathered to watch this one. And hopefully as the day goes on, we'll have more people watching. Opening up the batting for Merrion Cricket Club is Jack Carty. He'll be the left-hand bat, and he will be joined out there by Irish international Stephen Donaghy. So Jack Carty and Stephen Donaghy opening up the batting for Merrion. So we're all ready to go then. It will be Zubair to Jack. And we are away on the pads, knocked into the onside. And it's a dot ball. Today's coverage is brought to you by Dapt Cricket. You can see the banner there in the background. Push to mid-on and Merrion are underway. That was fielded by Mubin. Jack is off strike. And that will bring Stephen Doheny on strike. Harlequins starting off with 2 slips and a gully. The right-hand bat of Doheny means they have to switch around. There is a third man in position. A mid-off, mid-on, a square leg fielder. So only 2 fielders on the leg side with 3 catchers all behind the wicket. Played into the offside, well fielded by Adam. That was Adam Hickey there throwing the ball back into Shivam. And Stephen Doheny gets off strike. Well run there by these 2. Both sides off to an indifferent start to their season. They'll be looking to kickstart their season getting a win on board. As there's a change in the field. Third man comes to fine leg. Played into the leg side. They'll be looking for 2. Interesting, this is the first test of the outfield and it will race away for 4 runs. Didn't look like he middled that one, did Jack? But it was a full toss on the leg stump. Played through mid-wicket. And it does race away for 4. That was... didn't think it was going to make it there, Joe, but it did.
No, it's a nice looking shot though. It just shows how fast the outfield is. So what could be par today? Definitely past the 300.
And especially with a bit of rain as well around. That might have influenced Harlequin's decision to bowl first. So the first boundary of the morning, followed up by a dot outside the off stump. That brings to an end the first over. 6 runs without loss. And it's great that we have the both teams in their coloured clothing. Quins with the red tops and black trousers. Marion all in green. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Club Sportscast TV. And also, thank you to our sponsors, Dapt Cricket. Be sure to give them a like as well and a follow on Twitter, using your means on social media. Supporting local and opening up the bowling from the clubhouse end of the ground will be Senan Jones, a regular player for Cork Harlequins during the past 10 years or so, really, as Stephen playing that into the leg side and he'll get off strike. Looks like this pitch, the first cut strip of the season, looks like it's playing okay so far. Cork Harlequins not pitching anything up really, kind of hitting that back of a length so far. Just that one pitched up delivery from Zubair which went for 4 through mid-wicket, so be keeping a close eye on this wicket as well.
Yeah, the ground has been the weather has helped for the last week. It's been nice and dry. It's dried out the ground completely because in March you couldn't walk on it, so it's great to see. Bit low there though. I think that may have hit the wet patch.
Yes, we've come well acquainted with that wet patch. Up all morning trying to dry it, but anyway. No, it's great that we're out there. Only a delay of 15 minutes, which means we have a full day's cricket. Of course, a place in the second round is what's up for grabs for these two sides. Blocked straight back down the pitch. Of course, this is a whole host of fixtures being played today. In terms of the Munster teams, Cork County have gone up north to Ardmore, so we will keep you updated on that match as we find it. And I think this will be the tactic for Cork Harlequins, trying to join those dots. Looking for good areas and trying to make use of the overhead conditions. Interesting to see is, will there be any swing out there? We predicted beforehand that there might be, so we'll keep an eye out for that as Senin runs in again. Jack well in behind that, but a good line from Senin. And I'm sure that's what he'll be looking to do. Jack Carty well in behind the line of those deliveries.
Yeah, normally Senin would be trying to take that ball away from the right-hander, but because it's the left-hander, he's trying to bowl a bit straighter.
And with that gap in mid-wicket, there's always a chance of pinching a single, which is what happened there. That's 2 runs off the over, 2 overs done. It's 8 for none. And a quiet start here. Just 1 boundary in that first over. As the crowd builds up behind us, throughout the day, we will keep you updated on those first round of fixtures. Of course, and in fact, speak of the devil.
Yeah, we'll just go quickly through a few of them. Fox Lodge are batting first against the Hills, and Fox Lodge are 21 without loss after 5. Leinster first are playing CSNI, and Leinster are batting. They're 30 for none off 34. Eglinton are 42 for 7 against North Down. YMCA are 11 for 2 against Coleraine, and it was YMCA that elected to bat first. New Buildings are 32 for loss of none. It's up the northwest against Waringstown. Dollamana, who Cork Harlequins played against last year. There's 49 for 2 against Carrickfergus. Ardmore are 72 for 1 against Cork County. That's after 13. Brigade are 34 for 3 against Pembroke, and Instonians are 56 without loss after 11.
Stifled appeal there, but plenty of bat on it from Jack. Well, that's a swing and a miss outside the off stump. Jack playing fractionally away from his body, couldn't get bat on ball, and that ball carrying through to ankle height.
Seems as our stream is a little bit out of focus. We'll do that at drinks. We'll just change it, so just a little bit.
Played into the offside. Fielded at extra cover for no run. As the crowd starts to build away to our left-hand side. And again, carbon copy there. Looks like Zubair has found his line to the left-hand bat. Of course, a right-hand, left-hand opening combination for Marion. So the bowlers will have to adjust to each batter.
Yeah, it seems Zubair is changing a bit of tact. He's bowling much fuller this time, this over.
Be interesting to see how the surface reacts to those fuller pitch deliveries. Very full from Zubair. That brings to an end the 3rd over. It's a maiden over. Still 8 without loss. Quiet start here at Farmers Cross. Be sure to like and hit that subscribe button as well. We'll be here all day covering this game. Interesting, Joe. I think the bowlers are trying to find that length, aren't they? They're trying to figure out what's their best length to bowl on this surface. First cut strip of the year up here in Farmers Cross. Left outside the off stump. Good carry through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, this is where Senin likes to bowl, going across the right-hander. We'll go through some of the National Cup scores there in a few minutes' time.
Yes, of course.
Bit of interest there for Munster players as well.
Yeah.
Or Munster teams.
For sure.
Sure.
No ball called. Ball did pop in the air. It was a leading edge from Stephen.
Oh, what's going to happen next?
But Senan overstepping on the front foot, so this will be a free hit, an opportunity for Stephen to open his shoulders.
Are we in danger, Rodders? Are we within the range?
Well, let's find out. It's a free hit. Full toss, drilled through
Beautiful
extra
shot.
cover
What a shot.
for 4 runs. First from Stephen Doheny. And that full toss, Joe, was for a batsman of his calibre. He won't miss out on that.
Bread and butter.
Second boundary of the morning. Senan runs back in. And it's a good reply from Senan. Outside the off stump, left by Stephen. Interesting, Joe, the no ball, which popped in the air, it was a leading edge, just fractionally too early on the shot. Perhaps the delivery may have held up on the surface. Of course, bit of sun out.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's dry for about a mil, I'd say, underneath the surface. Even a little bit more.
Outside edge, beats the diving gully and will be 4 more. So perhaps a bit of fortune there for Stephen. Ball kept a little low. That delivery kept a little low. But he did well to get bat on it, played with soft hands. Past the gully fielder for 4. So second boundary in the over.
Rex Senan's figures. Oh.
Outside the off stump. A play and a miss there. And a dot ball outside the off stump brings to an end the 4th over. It's 17 without loss.
Right, so let's get the Arrakis National Cup 2023 scores. UCC are 55 for 4 off 13 against Cliftonville down in the farm. Ballyhonus and Derryahy are going to start at 1:30, so in 30 minutes. Letterkenny are 57 for 2 against Craiga. Temple Patrick are 38 for 1 against Kilclooney. And Rush are 3 without loss against Strabane. I do know the St. Johnson Kerry match. St. Johnson got a walkover. Kerry couldn't field the team to travel, unfortunately, for them.
Zubair to Jack. They're going to... Good battle going on between these two. Yeah, bit unfortunate that Kerry couldn't make the journey. Not to worry. Dot ball outside the off stump. So still a 50 over contest, although we started 15 minutes late. And Zubair definitely going with that fuller length ploy, Joe. The tested out kind of halfway down the pitch there in his first over and has changed it up since.
It's unfortunate that he's putting pressure on the City end, and it was unfortunate that Senan was hit for 2 boundaries in the other, because that's what you need to be doing, is putting pressure on the batsman. Nice looking shot there.
Well, that's the And that's actually gone away for 4. So what looked like a push into the offside has raced away over the outfield for 4. That's the danger when trying to pitch the ball up, that those full tosses are scoring opportunities for batters of this caliber. Second boundary for Jack, both batters on 10. And it's going to be a change of angle from Zubair. He's going to go around the wicket. You can see the side screen there being pushed across. So that boundary, perhaps a little bit of room outside the off stump as well, Joe, along with it being a full toss. So in order to try and cramp the batter up for room, the bowler's gone around the wicket. Squeezed away to cover to backward point. Well fielded by the backward point fielder. I think it was Jack there. So again, Zubair. No run. So that was a dot ball. Jack still on strike.
Sorry, I can't see. You couldn't see because Umair is in front of me. Umair, mine. Get out of the way there, please.
Our vantage point is at ground level. We don't have the eagle eye view of most commentary positions. That delivery going perilously close to that off stump. It did keep very low though. Shivam did well to get a bit of glove on it. That delivery kept very low. And the two batters stride down to the middle of the surface with a look of concern down at the ground, at the pitch. And left outside the off stump. Well, there's only 2 types of leaves, a good one and a bad one. And if it doesn't hit the stumps, it's a very good one. As Zubair getting very excited with that. Well bowled from him. 21 for none now. 5 overs done. And a challenging last over there that the batter had to face.
Marion, though, will be very happy with the start. You know, having lost a wicket and they have runs on the board. Nice steady start.
Top side.
There has been one or two balls that have been threatening, but not much really, because they can leave the ball. You know.
Top side, aren't they?
Yeah.
Top side. 2 slips in the gully waiting. Left outside the off stump. So Senin settling into that line now, outside the off stump.
What you do notice, rather, though, is that both batsmen aren't taking risks. They don't need to. They've 50 overs to bat and to see off the openers.
Both look very settled. Look like they're battening down for the day, really. That's a good shot. Pushed into the offside. Well fielded at cover point. There by, I think it's Jack.
Jack
well,
Boss.
Yeah, well fielded from him. Good looking shot, though, from Stephen Doheny, the Irish international. Run off the face of the bat, fielded by Gully this time for no run. 3 dots to start off this over. Steady start. Steady start by Marion. So both batters just getting themselves acclimatized and accustomed to conditions. Both batters looking very good, has to be said. Good line there from Senan. 5 dots in a row. 2 umpires. There's umpire Archie at square leg, and the umpire of the year last year, umpire Declan Early. So best of luck to those two out there today. Good delivery outside the off stump. Lots of oohs and ahs, but nothing on the way through. That's a maiden over. 6 overs done, 21 without loss. It's interesting, Joe, the last time these two sides met was not what I said back in 2012. It was back in 2021.
No.
It was the semi-final of the All-Ireland T20 Cup. It was above in Marion, and it was a humdinger.
That was, yeah,
From,
to be fair.
from what I could gather.
Yeah. It was one of those ones. It was actually Senan who got the winning runs that day. Was it his bat or foot? I think there was a bit of demonstration going on. But, yeah.
I think that delivery still is mystifying us to this day, isn't it?
Yeah. The magic bullet theory.
Well in behind that is Jack. Two top players opening the batting, Jack Carty and Stephen Doheny for Marion. They go for the quick single, and it's a very well judged single as well. Square leg, Adam was on it like a flash. But these two, good calling between the wickets.
Just shows that they have put themselves under a little bit of pressure. There were, I'd say, 9 dots in a row, and that just showed there that they just needed to get off strike. If Jack is feeling a bit of pressure, the best way to do is just try and get a single and...
Absolutely. Keep that scoreboard ticking. Played to mid-on, fielded by Mubin. It looks like, Joe, both batters are... Well, actually, I'll get back to that point in a moment. Both umpires are coming together. They're looking for the ball. Not too sure what happened. Typically, the umpires would look for the ball if it's perhaps been hit onto the road or... So
is it damaged or?
Try to figure out what's going on here. It's difficult to tell what's going on. The both umpires came together. They look for the ball. The ball has now been handed back to the bowler. And the umpires have gone back to their positions. The fielders have, and we're all wondering what happened.
I see a wry smile on Shivam's face, so it can't be that bad.
Blocked out by Stephen Doheny. And the umpire now saying to the bowler that he's getting pretty close to that danger area. And now umpire Archie is striding to square leg. So for the second time in as many moments, we have another conflab out there. It seems
they're looking at something.
They're looking at something.
Are they reporting? They're recording it, I think, on the book.
Has someone's name been put into the book?
I don't know. There would be a yellow card flashed.
More like the naughty step.
Oh, yeah.
So the umpire is now walking back to the bowler and has asked for the ball again.
So is he going to be taken off? He's running? He seems to be running down on the...
Yeah. So the game was going on. It was a good battle between bat and ball. Some lovely shots from the Marion batters.
I think he's been given a warning.
Has he been given
I
a
think
warning?
so.
Okay,
I think
okay.
that's what it is.
Okay. So he's been given a warning for running on the danger area.
Yeah.
Is what's happened there. Seemed like an awful lot of commotion, though.
Yeah.
Played into square leg, straight to the fielder, though. Unfortunate there for Stephen. Had it been right or left of the fielder, it would have been runs. But we say that VAR is a bit confusing, but that was right up there, wasn't it, Joe?
It was. I'd love to see what he was writing down there. Probably the time and what Zubair did.
Outside the off stump for a dot ball. Only one run off that over, 22 without loss, 7 overs done. And yeah, it looks like that's what happened. Joe, as I said, not 100% why.
Yeah.
It's Senin into Jack. Onto the pad. Flicked away to square leg. Fielded by Jack, but the batters take a single. Pushes the score onto 23 without loss. And a reminder that this broadcast is brought to you by Dapt Cricket. Artificial wickets for Irish cricket.
There you go. That's a nice little catchphrase, isn't it?
Good ring to that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good
Contact John Buss for all your artificial wicket needs.
Wasn't there a show Catchphrase?
There was, yeah.
Yeah, Catchphrase, yeah. Artificial wickets for Irish cricket.
He should have a jingle.
You heard it here first. Edge past the diving gully. Third man is in position. Stephen Doheny fishing at that delivery. Don't think it would have carried, though. It would have been a spectacular catch. At gully diving away to his left. The 2 slips and a gully are still in position for Senin. However, for Zubair, that second slip came out to go into a mid-wicket position, but not it for Senin. Jack well in behind that. Lots of encouragement, both from the fielders and from the sideline. However, you feel as though Cork Harlequins are in for an extremely hard day. These Marion batters, they won't throw their wickets away easily. Off the inside half of the bat, both batters will be looking for two. Good looking shot there from Jack. Didn't quite time it, but got enough on it through the vacant mid-wicket region.
Yeah, it's a smallish ground here at Farmers Cross, so it's good that they're running 2. First 2 of the day. Normally it's either ones or boundaries.
Dot ball outside the off stump. That brings to an end the 8th over. It's 26 without loss. Both batters being very, very watchful. It's going to be extremely difficult for the Munster men. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on the other Munster team in the Arrakis Irish Senior Cup. That, of course, is Cork County and Ardmore. In fairness to Cork County, they made the long journey up north. So we'll be keeping you updated on that match as well. It's Stephen running down the wicket. Just a couple of steps. A stifled appeal, not much going for it though. So we think what happened in that last over was that Zubair was warned for running on the protected area of the wicket, of course. Blocked into the offside, of course. There's a danger area. About 1.5 meters from the popping crease. And about a foot either side of the stumps. If you draw straight lines, I was told this before.
Because you did the painting, didn't you?
I helped with the painting.
You're a jack of all trades, or a rodders of all trades.
Should the bowler, in his follow through, step into that protected area, then the umpire will pull you aside. You can't go there, son.
Give you a beating.
And give you a warning. 2 warnings, and you're out of the attack. So that's 1. And Cork Harlequins will hope that he won't do it again, as that's played into the leg side. The ball seems to be carrying a bit better now on this surface. Starting to dry out. But that's a very good looking stroke from Stephen. Both batters making it look very easy, Joe, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just comfortable now at this stage. They're just biding their time. There's no rush.
And just as we say, that one keeps low. And a bit of smoke there blowing across the ground. It's not dry ice. A concert isn't starting next door. It's the smoke from a barbecue, I think.
It's like, is it Newlands in South Africa?
Yeah. It is lunchtime, so getting a bit peckish. So they're starting up the Barbie. Again, keeping low, well left outside the off stump. Both batters need to keep a close eye on this surface. And that is over bowled. 1 run from that over. 9 done. 27 for the loss of no wicket. 1 more over in the power play. Of course, only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, which is marked out there by a few discs. Yeah.
I'll jump in there. I'll just go through a few the Irish Senior Cup scores. Fox Lodge, 56 for 2 against the Hills. Leinster are 54 for 1 against CSNI. Eglinton are 76 for 3 against North Down. YMCA are 39 for 2 off 12. New Buildings are 47 for 3 against Waringstown. Donamana 77 for 3 off against Carrickfergus.
Good looking shot from Stephen. That full toss delivery. As you said earlier, Joe, bread and butter for these guys.
Slower delivery there by Senan. Tried to take a bit of pace off. Continue there. A Cork interest. Ardmore now are 100 for 2 off 22 against Cork County. Ardmore going very well there. Brigade 57 for 4 off 21 against Pembroke.
An appeal for a leg side catch. And No reply from the umpire. Must have brushed the pad on the way through, as there was no wide called. And after the appeal, there was all smiles, so perhaps appeal in desperation as opposed to genuine
confidence.
Hope. Yeah.
Instonians are 71 for 3 against Malahide. Another dot, was it?
That was 5 wides down the leg side. So Senan losing his radar there. He'll be looking to get it back on target. Inside half of the bat, fielded by Mushtaq at mid-on. And that's a bit careless there from the Munster team. Good heads-up running there by Stephen Ball, pushed to mid-off. And the fielder was on his heels, couldn't get in on time. And there was enough time for the batters to come through for one. Well in behind that delivery was Jack Carty. Marion definitely have taken the early exchanges here. 35 without loss, 1 delivery to go in the power play. After this delivery, Cork Harlequins can spread the field, but in what are bowler-friendly conditions on a tricky surface to play on, Marion have done extremely well. Blocked into the offside. A big shout of no brings to an end the 10th over. 35 without loss here in this Arrakis Irish Senior Cup first round fixture between Cork Harlequins and Marion Cricket Club. Be sure to like and subscribe to the Club Sportscast TV YouTube channel and to comment on that comment box. Also, a big thank you to our sponsors, Dapt Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Be sure to contact John if you want to avail of his services. Of course, any local or up-and-coming cricket club, it all starts with your ground. And if it is an artificial that you are looking for, look no further than John. That's Dapt Cricket. You can find him on Twitter and other social media platforms.
I saw that he installed artificial wickets this week in Swords and Clare with their first ground in a long time actually. So hopefully the Swords wicket will be played on today.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, I'm sure Clare are training on theirs.
So that's Club Sportscast and Dapt Cricket. And out on the middle, it's going to be Ryan Joyce. So he'll be bowling to Stephen Doheny. Change of bowling. Zubair Hassan Khan. His 5-over spell is done and dusted. He'll be taking a break. And Ryan Joyce will be replacing him. Ryan, of course, named in the Munster Red squad. Of course, bowling to...
And he went out and he was fielding there too. Down the Mardyke the other day.
That's very well run. Making this game look very easy, of course. Stephen Doheny, Northwest Warrior and Ireland player. Pinches a single to mid-on. That'll bring the left-hand bat of Jack on strike. Blocked into the offside for no run. Very watchful are these two batters, but have been making the home team pay for those full tosses. Bit of width outside the off stump and has been squeezed away past the diving point fielder for 4. And Jack finding the boundary. His third, he moves on to 19 off 36. Again, that ball racing away over the outfield. You don't want to miss field out there, because once that ball gets through, the likelihood is that it will run away for 4. Oh, bit of a mix-up. There was a yes, and there was a yes, and then a big no. Well fielded from Ryan, diving away to his left-hand side. Looks like the slip fielder has come out. There's now just a gully waiting, as the mid-wicket fielder is now in place. Blocked into the offside for a dot ball. End of the over. 5 runs from it. 11 overs done. 40 without loss. And Marion on top.
Yeah, just go again. We'll go to the National Cup this time. UCC are struggling down the farm against Cliftonville. They're 89 for 6 off 18.4 overs. Ballyhaunis are 37 for 2 against Derryahy. Letterkenny are 95 for 4 over. Temple Patrick are 106 for 3 against Kilcooney. The Limerick and Galway match should be starting in a few minutes. That's open Leidigan. Ballymena and Knockharley are starting as well at 1:30. Glendermot are 31 for 1 against Athlone. Bernadetta are 28 without loss against Laois. Bonsglen are 7 for 1 against North Kildare. And Rush are 74 for none against Strabane.
It's like that show, The Winning Streak, where they go all around Ireland.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Change of bowling, Matt Brewster. He'll be coming on from the clubhouse end. Bowling to Stephen Doheny. 15 off 30 deliveries now. 2 boundaries for him. And I think 11 overs into play, Joe, and it's been a joy to watch these two Marion batters out there.
Yeah, sure. Look, they're a top side, and they face, I'll be honest, like far better bowlers in the Leinster leagues, but they still have to play, as best they can.
Two dots to start the over, so a 5-over spell for Senan.
Let's not forget as well, Quins did get to 2 All-Ireland finals, be it in T20, and they won the treble down in Munster last year, so they'll fancy themselves as well.
What won't help are no balls. That was exactly what Matt Brewster did there. So
Matt has a tendency to overstep now and then. I know he was working during the week trying to fix that.
Will be a free hit. I think it was Stephen who faced the last free hit as well, so has another opportunity to open up his shoulders. That's exactly what he does, up and over extra cover. Don't think it will make the fence. Ryan Joyce, who's after it, and he will pick up 2. So nice shot over extra cover. Didn't quite middle it, as Ryan Joyce at extra cover hauls that one in. A good result really for Quins there.
It was. It is a lovely looking shot. I think a lot of cricketers couldn't play that shot. It's good to see an international playing here.
Played into the leg side. And it's great running from Doheny and Carty. There's a deep square and a fine leg played into the middle of them. And neither of them could get the ball in time. So 2 runs taken. Oh, that's a beautiful looking shot from Doheny. He stands and admires. That's 4 runs through extra cover. A half volley from Matt Brewster, and it was put away.
Absolute scrumptious shot. Scrumptious. It looked effortless as well, rather, isn't it?
Shot of the day for me so far. Bit of a tongue twister there. I thought you were going to say, what was that word in Mary Poppins?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
That's the one.
Thank you.
Well done. Played to extra cover, straight to the fielder this time. A dot ball to finish off that over. An expensive one at that. 9 runs from it. 49 without loss. 12 overs done. And after these 2 batters watching a lot of deliveries, they're starting to open their shoulders. Both batters scoring boundaries in the previous 2 overs.
You'll slowly see the run rate now increasing over the next 5-10 overs. And to try and set the platform for the last 5 overs.
It's interesting that what we would interpretate as a watchful start, a slow start, they're starting to benefit from that now. That was a play and a miss outside the off stump. Ryan looking to bowl that ball across the right-hand bat.
He's
the left-hand bat, sorry.
He's bowling much better than what he did against Kerry. It's much tighter.
Definitely looks like the plan from Ryan is to bowl that ball across the left-hander of Jack. And I think as well, Joe, these 2 batters will be looking for that bad delivery. And the job for the Quins bowlers is to try and keep those half volleys, full tosses down to the bare minimum.
You're right, Rodders, and if they can do that, then they will be with a chance today. For the bowlers and for the fielders, is cut out those errors.
It's interesting, both batters looking for that single. You can see the non-striker Doheny backing up, looking for that single. So the fielders in the infield.
It's 4 dots now, and I think they'll be definitely looking for a single here this time.
Pulled straight to square leg, spilled by Adam. It was a good effort from him, but I think he'll be disappointed.
Very disappointed there. He looks down at his hands. He knows he should have taken that.
Short delivery from Ryan. Pulled to square leg from Jack.
Jack's under a little bit of pressure now.
Dot ball outside the off stump. Maiden over, could have been a wicket maiden. Not to be for the Munster side. It's 49 without loss. 13 overs done. Run rate of just under 4 runs an over. So Harlequins haven't let Marion get away from them. However, both batters look set. And that's a good sign for the Leinster side.
I've just seen a ridiculous total in one of the National Cup games. Russia now 102 without loss after 8 overs. against Strabane. And it looks like Neil Rock has 66 runs off 27 balls with 4 fours and 7 sixes. That's an incredible start for the North Dublin men.
Dear, Rush must be in a hurry. 100 up off 8 overs.
It's not T20. It's a 40 over game.
Dropped into the leg side from Doheny for the single. Important here, Joe, that Matt follows up that maiden over in the previous over from Ryan. It's about trying to keep the pressure at both ends, isn't it?
Building up the dots, Rodders, you're right. I see out there make a few changes in the field. Mushtaq is limping a bit.
Pushed into the offside for no run. We never mentioned it's 50 up for Marion of 13.2 deliveries. And it's interesting as well, Joe, that Harlequins know that the tactic would be to keep the pressure up as much as they can from both ends. Well, not too sure if that was a bump ball. It was, again, Adam Hickey diving away to his left. Looked like a bump ball to me.
That was a really tough chance, but it was a chance nevertheless.
Oh, was it a chance?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, he could have, it may have palmed off his hand, and there might have been an opportunity for Jack Buss to take the catch.
I think the ball is following Adam around a little bit here.
Yeah. It tends to happen when you've dropped a catch. Oh, sweet shot. Jack will be relieved with that shot there to get off strike.
I think he'd be a bit annoyed that it didn't go for 4.
It's just a push, really.
Short boundary straight here at this ground. But the sun is out now. Very little wind, which is very rare. But nice conditions for cricket. Played into the leg side from Stephen. They jog through for 1. Brings to an end the 14th over, 52 now without loss.
Much better over there by Matthew Brewster, just 3 off it. He's kind of controlled his line and length. I think he knows that if he's pitching it up to Stephen has all his shots. So might try bowl a little bit shorter, back of a length maybe,
Yeah.
up to Stephen. Well, Jack, bowl a bit fuller.
Ryan Joyce to continue. Again, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Club Sportscast TV. Share the link in the WhatsApp group. Share it with your friends. And give a comment in that commentary box. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Played into the leg side, straight to the fielder. There's a misfield. And it's very good cricket for Marion, isn't it?
That's great running between the wickets.
The dots were starting to build up in the previous 2 overs. But again, the backing up is really good from the non-striker. And good clear calling, committing to the run. Once they call, they go. And I think there's a lot of club cricketers who've been guilty of being indecisive. And it's the worst thing, isn't it? Your Saturday afternoon off, looking forward to your day's cricket, and you get run out. All too common as that ball is played off the face of the bat. It's skipping away down to third man, but Jack Buss hauls it in, and the batters take 2.
Jack just guided that one.
Well,
Nice looking shot though, just to guide it off the bat.
Well, it's clear that Ryan's plan is to bowl across the left-hand bat, and what that does allow the batter to do is set himself. So he can stay, if he stays kind of leg side of the delivery, he can run it off the face, or he can perhaps go across to the offside and flick it through the leg side. So, and these two batters have the caliber to do that as well. Just as I say it, off the outside edge of the bat, no slip in position, Joe. Fielded that third man.
Rodders, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Just a single there.
Well, as any club captain will know, they'll want 13 fielders out there. Crashes into the pad, a stifled appeal. Going down leg.
Leg side, leg by.
Just waiting for a signal from the umpire. Don't think there was one.
There was, yeah.
Oh, there was. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I think you were being blocked by your visual by the other umpire.
We need to get ourselves an elevated commentary position. Played into the leg side. Well fielded at square leg. But the batters will come through for one. This is an exhibition of running between the wickets by these two. Done well, you can pinch so many runs, which all count. Safely negotiated, the final delivery in that over 15 done, 58 without loss. Again, thank you to our sponsors. Dapt Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Be sure to contact John, who's been out and about already this week. And if you would like to avail of his services, be sure to give him a call and to follow him on all his socials, Twitter. Slide into his DMs and let him know how he can help you. Again, thank you very much as well to Club Sportscast bringing you this coverage today of this raucous Irish Senior Cup match. Of course, the first round, it's like the FA Cup of Irish cricket. It's a great opportunity for teams who normally wouldn't play against each other. Munster teams going to Northern teams and Northwest teams going to Leinster teams. It really is a great competition, Joe.
It is. Let me just go through a few scores there now. 17 overs across the board, nearly done at this stage in most places.
Be Matt Brewster to continue, and we'll drop in and out as Joe gives us an update. Played through the offside this time. Straight to the fielder for a dot ball. Sorry, Joe.
They're grand. So Fox Lodge are 80 for 4 off 17 against the Hills. Leinster are 77 for 2 off 16 against CSNI. Eglinton are 107 for 3 off 28 against North Down. As Brewster runs in again.
Played into the leg side. They'll be looking for 2. And here comes the throw, but the batters are safe. And I think every club cricketer out there should be tuning in and watching these two guys run between the wickets. It's
absolutely
a masterclass. It really is. Jack dropping that ball into the leg side. And Stephen Doheny responding to the call for 2. That back of a length delivery from Matt Brewster.
It's the ball we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Stephen is very good around anything around his legs, so he needs to just bowl that ball, or type of ball.
Crashes into the pad. Not much going for that one.
Definitely going down leg, that one.
For that to be an LB, the ball would need to pitch on line and swing back in. And so far, one or two edges, a spilled catch. But that's all Cork Harlequins have been working off. Doheny and Carty very solid out there. Played through the offside, well fielded by Adam. Only one run taken. Again, good calling from these two. These two batters still acclimatizing to the surface. Just have to, looks like they just have to wait a fraction longer as the ball is sitting ever so slightly in this strip. Extra cover drive from Doheny. The fielders give chase, but it's in vain. A wonderful stroke there from Doheny brings him a boundary. That's the end of the 16th over, 65 without loss. And these two really taking control now here at Farmers Cross. $65 without loss. Joe, you have an update?
Yeah, YMC. We keep going through, plowing the way through the list of games. YMCA are 65 for 4 off 19.3 overs against Coleraine. New Buildings are 75 for 5 against Waringstown. Donaghmana are 117 for 5 off 26. Ardmore have moved on to 137 for 2 off about 30 overs against Cork County. Brigade are 82 for 6 against Pembroke, and Instonians are 73 for 3 against Malahide.
Bit of a mixed bag there. Hopefully Cork County can keep making inroads as that ball keeps low, well kept by the wicketkeeper, and of course Ardmore batting up there on their home ground. Should be a good contest between both. Joe.
The Rush update. I'm fascinated with this game. Rush are now 149 without loss off 11 overs.
Are we reading that right?
Yeah.
Full length delivery. Well, bit of a mix up between the two, but they get back. I think Jack was looking for the single. Stephen Doheny sent him back, responded to the call, and he got back easily. Meanwhile, Rush are rushing along, Joe.
Oh, God. So Johnson's on Llewellyn Johnson. That's the club pro. Who did he play with? He was in Australian, isn't he?
New Zealand.
New Zealand, is he?
Otago.
So Llewellyn is 60 with 6 fours and 4 sixes, and Neil Rock is 93 off 37 balls with 5 fours and 10 sixes. I know Rush is a bit small, but that's a savage score. 160 off 11.3 overs.
Strabane already having a long day.
Yeah.
One run off this over so far. That guide down to third man by Jack. Jack Carty looking for that stroke down to third man to get him off strike. Bringing Doheny back on strike. He's on to moves on to 30. with one delivery to go in this over, only one from it so far.
Must be weird for international players to be playing in different international grounds around the world, and then and then they come back home and they play on club grounds. It's a testament to them how they adapt to each wicket.
Played down to fine leg. Ball got there pretty quickly, but was well fielded down there. The batters take a single, 2 runs off that over. The score is now 67 without loss, 17 overs done. It's a... Yeah, absolutely, Joe. For example, the scoreboard is a bit of... Not quite the updated scoreboard he'd be used to. We're using the numbers today.
Yeah, unfortunately, the electronic scoreboard went down. It just all happened today. A wet patch on the wicket. Scoreboard went down. Yesterday, the heavy roller sprung a leak. Day before that, the cutter wasn't working.
And we've had many incidents at this ground where side screens blew over.
Yeah.
Let's hope that doesn't happen today.
If you're looking on the screen, the one, it isn't the same one, but it's of similar type. During a storm, blew onto the road, so it flipped up onto the bank there, and then blew again onto the road. I got a phone call from a concerned citizen telling me that the farmer down the road was at present picking up and throwing it back onto the ground.
There was a 1 lane of traffic that day.
It was, yeah.
Into Douglas. However, everything is the right way up. And we have a new bowler, Matthew Brewster. His 3 overs conceded 19 runs. It's now Mushtaq running in from the clubhouse end with his medium pace. The keeper is up to the stumps. Driven down the ground to long off, so 17, nearly halfway through the 18th over, and the field has spread quite a lot now. Just looking around, there's to the left-hand bat of Jack Carty, there's a long off. Deep cover. Difficult to see from my vantage point, but no, I think there's only 2 fielders out. So in the second power play, you can have 4 fielders out, so still 2 more can disappear into the abyss of the outfield. However, the Harlequin skipper chooses not to. Mushtaq Marden, bowling from the clubhouse end of the ground. Down leg side, that's a wide ball, so that one will have to be rebowled. Well taken by the wicketkeeper Shivam. As Marion gained the upper hand here in this Arrakis Irish Senior Cup first round. On target that time from Mushtaq. An appeal. Harlequins thinking that ball flicked the pad before it hit the bat. Difficult to see, and of course you can double tap the left-hand side of your screen if you want to have a look at that one again. But not much protest from the Harlequins players, which means that ball clearly coming off the bat first. Bringing the sweep out. This time is Jack Carty. Not getting contact, however, it is a leg side wide. Second wide of the over. I think this will be the tactic from Mushtaq, medium pace. He'll be looking to bowl stump to stump, trying to elicit a mistake from the batters. Haven't really been looking like making a mistake so far. And that's a good take from the keeper, Shivam. The third time he's had to go down leg side in this over. Difficult standing up to the stumps, but the Harlequins wicketkeeper making it look easy there. But Mushtaq will have to go back and bowl that one again. These extras, Quins won't want to let him build up. Pushed into the leg side, a single taken to mid-on. So with very low risk cricket from Marion, they've picked up 5 runs from that over. It's 72 without loss. It's 18 overs done. And I think point being is that Marion haven't played high risk cricket. They've been very sensible in the way they've batted. They've respected the good delivery. They've kept the delivery on the stumps. They've kept that one out with a solid defence. And when the scoring opportunities have come along, they've taken full advantage.
Absolutely, Rodders. And with that, let's go back to Rush. I'm excited with this one. Rush are 192 off 13 overs, with Neil Rock passing his 100. He's on 118 off 43 balls. Strike rate of 274, which is incredible, with 14 sixes and 5 fours. We'll go to the other.
There was that app in your phone. It was called Stick Cricket.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, it's Stick Cricket. Is
that's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that one. 190. This is in the Arrakis National Cup, which means it is a 40 over competition. It's Rush versus Strabane in Rush, and Rush have moved on to 196 off 13 overs. So a bit of stick cricket going on there in Rush at the moment. And back here in Farmers Cross, there's going to be a change of bowling. It'll be Adam Hickey replacing Ryan Joyce from that city end of the ground. Jack Carty on strike. And that's a wide down leg side. And the single will be taken, so 2 runs altogether. These wides, well, at the end of the innings, we'll be looking back at the scorebook, and no doubt Harlequins will be ruining those extras. 3 runs is what they're giving it to the opposition. They're just giving it to them. 13 so far, 10 wides, 2 no balls, and 1 leg by. And that's a wide outside the off stump from Adam. Off spin bowler. Remember when he used to bowl pace? He had an unfortunate injury. And I think that was above in Dublin. It was a knee injury, I believe. And came back just as strong, bowling his offies, and is out there today. Stephen Doheny on strike. He's on 32 of 49 deliveries, 4 boundaries. Short delivery played out to the sweeper on the offside. So as the spinner comes on, the field has spread. There's a deep cover, a deep mid wicket. And to the left-hand bat of Jack Carty, there's also a long off. Adam going around the wicket to the left-hand bat of Jack Carty. That's short and pulled away past fine leg for 4 runs. Well, deliveries like that won't be missed out on.
Rank long hop?
A rank long hop. That was the word I was looking for, thank you. But yeah, at this level, you don't get away with deliveries like that. 4 runs to Jack Carty, his 4th. He moves on to 33. Partnership of 18 now as that ball is pushed into the leg side for 1. And again, relatively low risk cricket here from Marion. He's got them a long way.
I feel Adam needs to be attacking a bit more. They'll be hoping to get 10 overs out of him. And just a little bit more aggressive. A bit better.
In the air for a little while. No Quins fielders in the vicinity though. That was Donaghy getting off strike. Fielded out on the point boundary. A lot of work being done down on that city end. Moving the side screen back and forth for when the bowler goes over and around the wicket. And I think Adam will want to land his last delivery well here. It's a full toss, which has pierced the field and runs away for 4. So an expensive over, that one. 14 runs coming from it. It's 9 after 19 overs. The score is 86 without loss. As Jack Carty and Stephen Donaghy, partnership of 86, playing very well and are starting to reap the benefits of being watchful earlier on. The right-hand, left-hand combination can be tricky for the bowlers as well. Perhaps that might be a reason for the wide deliveries. Again, thank you for joining in to this Club Sportscast TV broadcast in the first round of the Arrakis Irish Senior Cup between Cork Harlequins and Marion. That ball is run off the face by Donaghy for 1 run. And all of a sudden, things are getting very flat out there for Cork Harlequins. That there are no more. The two batters are looking pretty solid out there. They've batted superbly so far, it has to be said. Some wonderful extra cover drives from Donaghy, which is a highlight. And Cork Harlequins are now up against it. They were not favourites coming into this game, and looks like Marion are really taking advantage. And now a bit of a logistical thing here for our producer and co-commentator Joe, as it looks like Mushtaq is going to... He looks like he has an injury, looks like a hand injury.
I think he's cut his hand, so he's just getting a quick bandage.
Yeah, that looks like what it is, so that's unfortunate. Not too sure how it happened. Might have been an injury coming into the game, perhaps. But let's hope he's okay. That's the main thing. As the two Marion batters get a quick drink. Although it's not sunny out there, it is pretty warm conditions. And we'll keep an eye on Mushy. Hopefully he's just going to get a bit of tape and a bit of that magic spray on the hand, and that he'll be able to resume his over. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, just to go through the National Cup scores there while we have a break in play. UCC are 107 for 9 against Cliftonville. Ballyhonus are 90 for 7 against Derryahy. Letterkenny are 99 for 4 against Craiga. Waterford are Wexford are 40 for 1. Temple Patrick have moved on to 153 for 7 against Kilcooney. Limerick, first shout out to them today, are 60 without loss off 8.5 overs. Ballymena are 31 for 2 against Knockharley. Glendermot are 78 for 1 against Athlone. Bonds Glens are 40 for 4 against North Kildare, and Rush have moved to 224 off 15 overs, with Johnson on 81 and Neil Rock on 137 with 16 sixes. The The run rate for the last 5 overs was 18.8. Current run rate is 14.93.
That's ridiculous hitting. As Mushtaq is able to resume his over. Wait for a signal. That ball is being thrown around a little bit out there. And 2. So that's 3 wides altogether. So it was a wide down leg side, and the batters have taken 2. And the Harlequins players getting a little bit frustrated with each other. Again, brilliant running from Marion. They're putting a lot of pressure on the home side. And it's starting to count. Brilliant running again. Really has been a masterclass, as I said earlier, of running between the wickets from these two. On the leg stump from Mushtaq, played into square leg. The fielder is on the fence, so it will just be 1. That'll be a single for Jack Carty. He moves on to 39 of 66 with 5 boundaries. But it very much so the pressure being applied to Harlequins is starting to show both out there on the field and on the scoreboard. A partnership of 91.
They'll be looking forward to this drinks break coming up in next 6 overs, just to gather themselves and refocus. Seems a bit lackadaisical out there, you know. Quiet. You can definitely tell who's on top in the game.
But I think the reason for that is the pressure Marion have put on Harlequins. The running between the wickets, the scoring that boundary off the bad delivery. Well, nothing on the way through. Mushtaq Martin with his medium pace. Struggling with that right-hand, left-hand combination, but looking to find his line now to the right-hand bat of Doheny. Played down to third from Marion. They're really putting the Munster side under the pump. Which means, and if you do that, if you're constantly putting pressure on, putting the bad ball away, taking the singles, turning 1s into 2s, that's a pretty tough proposition. Wide ball, down leg side.
He needs to find a way to change his line against Jack. It's 4 wides now against him.
That ball to finish. And the home side are under a lot of pressure. It's 20 without loss. It's 20 overs gone, 93 without loss. Reading the wrong display. But lots of pressure being put on the home side, with the Leinster side, Marion, well on top in the National Cup.
Yes. And Mr. Rock has been caught on 142 for Rush. Rush are 231 for 1 of 15 overs with 142 of 53 balls, 7 4s and 16 6s.
A workout for the umpire, raising his hands above his head for that long.
More like jumping jacks.
Well, the umpire might be raising his 2 hands here. He will. First maximum of the day comes off the bat of Stephen Doheny. Over, long on. Brilliant shot. Effortless, really. As it was a pitched up delivery from Adam. 1 foot down the wicket, free swing of the bat, and it's into the next field. Looks like we're going to have a delay. Looking for the ball. Our favourite type of delay here on Club Sportscast TV, where
take a short little break.
So it looks like they've retrieved the ball. We were looking in that field before the start of play, and the grass was at about between waist and knee height. So looks like they have found it though. Fair play to them. Lovely shot there from Stephen Doheny. First maximum of the day. And I get a feeling that there's going to be plenty more of them from Marion. They've done the hard yards early on. And they're now, the benefits of that are now becoming clear. Of course, matches going on all over Ireland, including above in Derry, where Ardmore ones are taking on Cork County ones. The second, well, actually, we'll get back to that as it's out. Well, it's a wide ball outside the off stump from Adam, and it's interesting. The first delivery of the over went for 6. Pressure already straight back on the bowler, and there'll be even more pressure now. Pitched up from Adam, smashed back over the side screen for 6 runs, second maximum of the over. Doheny moves on to 48 off 57, 4 boundaries, 2 maximums, and they're back into the field. Wonderful shot there from Doheny. The umpire with his hands above his head. He's like a statue out there waiting for the signal from the scorer. He eventually gets the signal and he can now put his hands back down by his side. 100 partnership between these two. That came up during the wide deliveries. It's now 106 without loss. Halfway through the 21st over, nearly halfway through the 21st over.
Just go there to the Ardmore Cork County match for the Munstermen. Ardmore are 158 for 3, with Ryan Brawley on 66 not out, the opener. We had McDonough 7 overs, none for 33. We have Wattu 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24. And Nabil Anjum is bowling at the moment, 3.5 overs, none for 17.
Looks like the umpires. So best of luck to both sides there. Ardmore and Cork County above in Derry.
Shout out to Brian O'Leary, who's on the course today. Hope you're enjoying the course, Brian.
We'll keep the course anonymous. They're still in the field waiting. Lovely swing of the bat from Stephen Doheny has resulted in the search party being sent into the field to try and locate the ball. The umpires did stride to the boundary rope and strided back, so one would imagine that they picked up a spare ball. And we'll wonder how long they'll let this go on and on for. Of course, this competition was won last year by CIYMS. They beat Lisburn back in 2022. It was a one-sided game in the end. And this competition will be played all through the summer. It's great that the international players are available for it as well, playing for their sides. And of course the interprovincial players as well. Be a good test for the club teams to come up against the best in the country, if not for some players coming up against their heroes. That has happened on a few occasions. And it looks like we've got the ball. We got the ball back, so lots of pressure. No, we didn't. It's the spare ball. Just being corrected there, thank you. And Adam Hickey, lots of pressure on him now. He's coming around the wicket as Doheny pushes that back to the bowler for a dot ball. Already 13 runs off this over. Marion looking to push the score on. That's a full toss. Up in the air. Fielder sets himself and takes the catch. But it's a no ball, so was it called? Yes, it was. My apologies, I was looking at the wrong umpire. A no ball was called, so Doheny gets a full toss. Skied up in the air. It was a great take out there at deep mid-wicket by Ryan Joyce, but it's not going to count. The no ball was called for height over waist height, and that will mean it's 1 run plus a no ball, and this will be a free hit. I think a few people were a bit confused there. They thought that Harlequins had taken a wicket, but not quite. And the free hit, just waiting for a signal, and there we go, 4 signalled. And I think there was bat involved. For a moment I thought it was a wide, but no. Jack Carty going for the sweep shot. Got a little bit of bat, might have even been glove. And it beat the 45 fielder. The fielder at 45, I should say. And another boundary, the third boundary in this over. 2 deliveries to go. Full toss. Starting to come off here for Cork Harlequins a little bit. Marion, the dominant Marion side, which they have been for the previous 20 overs, are starting to put their foot on the pedal. 23 runs coming from this over now. Brilliant stuff from the Dublin side. Last ball of the over. Played into the leg side. No run taken. 23 runs off the over. 21 overs gone. 116 for the loss of no wicket. And I think, Joe, the break can't come soon enough.
Yeah,
they just Harlequins at this point.
They're just going through a rough time at the moment. They need to refocus when they get into the changing room, have their drink, relax, and just refocus.
Team without loss after 21 overs. A big thank you to our sponsors. That's Dapt Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Be sure to contact John if you are interested in a artificial wicket for your club. It's Mushtaq Marden to continue to Stephen Doheny. Pushes the ball into the offside. Deep point. Ryan Joyce was waiting. Throws it back in. 1 run taken. And a half century for Stephen Doheny. 50 runs off 60 deliveries, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Very watchful in the first part of his innings, but then during the second part of his innings, Joe really accelerated those 2 maximums in the previous over, illustrating that. And danger time here for Cork Harlequins, you feel. Played down the ground by Jack Carty. He moves on to so that was a single there for Jack Carty, and he moves on to 48. And I think it's interesting, Joe. Often it's a step up for teams, but for Marion,
they play at a high level
of cricket, and it's starting to show.
Yeah. The quality of players that they have.
One run through the offside.
I think with Brandon Kruger leaving Cork Harlequins, he left a massive gap. He moved up to Railway Union this year. Just shows they could do with another quality bowler.
An LBW appeal turned down by the umpire. Looks like that ball would have pitched outside the leg stump. for Mustak to get an LB bowling right arm over to the left-hand bat. He needs to pitch that ball in line and swing it back in. If the umpire doesn't see any movement, any seam movement either off the pitch or in the air, the likelihood of him giving the decision is very low. Looks like that ball pitched outside the leg stump. Remember, the ball has to pitch in line for that LBW. Jack Carty well in behind that, pushed into the offside, takes the single. Really good from Jack Carty. 22 overs done, 120 without loss.
Yeah, Marion will be delighted with this. 3 overs to go before the drinks break. This is the platform that they wanted.
It's high quality, isn't it?
Yeah. And you can't see these two guys getting out at the moment.
No, you can't. It's a joy to watch, really. Adam Hickey will be taken out of the attack. He'll be replaced by Ryan Joyce from that clubhouse end. Seeing a few people there coming back from the field. Not too sure if they've got the ball back. Doesn't look like they've got the ball back. And, well, yes, they have got the ball back. So, 2 cricket balls on the field. We'll see which one they're going to continue with, either the one that was in the field or the spare ball. To be honest, I think that's what Cork Harlequins are relying on now. There's not much else going for them out there. Under a lot of pressure from these 2 Marion openers. Ryan Joyce bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. Jack Carty 1 away from his 50. He's faced 73 deliveries with 7 boundaries. Has played extremely well so far. Good partnership with Doheny. And as you said earlier on, Joe, a really good platform being set by these 2. I think he deserves his 50, really. He's played extremely well. Played into the offside for a dot ball. Bit of noise from Cork Harlequins. Boy, they'd love to take a wicket before the drinks break. Not looking likely, but this game of cricket has a funny way of unexpected things that may happen. That crashes into the pad. All eyes to the umpire. No signal from the umpire. No, not yet. So a bit of inside edge onto pad. Jack Carty reaches his 50 of 75 deliveries with 7 boundaries. Very well played to him. Partnership worth 121 now. And these 2 will be looking to go big. Big call of no. But it's interesting, Joe, only 3rd man and fine legger back. Harlequins looking to keep the pressure on as much as they possibly can do.
Well, Ryan is bowling well, so I think they have to have an attacking field for him.
Outside edge will race away to the boundary for 4. A bit more of the fortuitous boundaries from Stephen Doheny. However, how well he has played, he deserves a bit of fortune out there. That ball raced away to the fence.
Under the bat, wasn't it?
It was just bottom edge.
Bottom edge, yeah.
I think really they deserve a bit of luck. Don't shades and hats, although still a bit cloudy. We're still hopeful that the sun will break out. I heard before the game there was a bit of rain due, but say nothing. Hopefully it won't come our way. Played into the leg side for a dot ball. End of the 23rd over, 125 without loss. 2 overs to go until drinks.
Yeah, we'll go on to the National Cup there. Some scores. UCC were bowled out for 107 against Cliftonville. Ballyhaunis were bowled out by Derryahy for 131. Letterkenny are 107 for 6 against Craiga. Wexford, 69 for 2 against Muckamore. Templepatrick were bowled out for 174 against Clooney. Limerick have lost their first wicket and are 82 for 1 off 13.5. They'll be happy with that start against Galway. Ballymena are 42 for 2 off 15 against Knockharley. Glendermot are 105 for 1 off 18 against Athlone. Bonsglen are 48 for 4 off 15. And Rush have moved to 269 for 2 off 19 overs. Let's get a scorecard there because Lewin Johnson made his century but was caught by Mullen for 106 off 52 balls with 8 fours and 9 sixes. The question here now here, Rodders, is are the rest of their team going to try and go at the same pace that the two openers went at? Will they try and mimic them?
You'd recognise the battered batting number 4 for Rush, Cian Edgerton. And it's worth noting that they're playing Strabane of the Northwest Cricket Union.
Yeah.
Strabane having a long day in North Dublin at the moment. But as you say, must be a good surface above in Rush.
All the bowlers are in double figures.
Played down the ground for 1 run. So it's Mushtaq to continue. Looks like a couple of wides earlier on in his spell, but now starting to adjust to this left-hand, right-hand combination. Again, good running between the wickets from these two, Jack Carty and Stephen Doheny. Yeah, small boundaries up there in Rush as well, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I think Marion will be a little bit watchful coming up to the drinks break. They don't want to lose a wicket.
Like all of us.
Like all of us,
Yeah.
yeah.
Drink spring wickets, Rodders, drink spring wickets.
Although I don't think that's going to happen. Play it into the leg side.
Nice little leg glance there.
It's interesting, you don't want only 3 off it so far. Not that Marion will be concerned. They still have a 5th, 6th bowler to come on. Well, that's up and over the top. Brilliant shot, and that is 6 runs over extra cover from Stephen Doheny. Effortless from him. Ruins a good over from Mushtaq Marden. 8 off it. 24 overs done, 134 without loss. And that was a beautiful stroke over kind of a wide mid-on extra cover.
Again, that's the difference between an international player and a club player.
And from the trajectory of that ball, I know it went straight into the car park.
Yep.
So, although there was no hands on heads, so I think it fell into space. Let's hope it did anyway. So 1 over to go before drinks. It's going to be Ryan to bowl it. Jack Carty is going to be on strike. He's on 52 off 78. And Stephen Doheny 62 off 69. 5 boundaries and 3 maximums to him now. That latest one coming off the last delivery. I think umpire Archie dropped something there. So Ryan will run in again.
One of his cards.
Maybe one of his cards.
Yeah.
Maybe one of his cards.
Pokemon.
Short from Ryan Joyce and pulled away from Jack Carty. His 8th boundary, and that was a wonderful stroke. Didn't really get up to head height, perhaps where Ryan wanted it. Only kind of waist height, and Jack Carty put it away for 4. Very flat out there from Cork Harlequins. Lots of pressure being applied from Carty and Donaghy. Was there a bit of bat involved? There was. And Jack Carty has been dismissed, caught by Shivam Kisley. A brilliant innings from Jack though. He's dismissed for 56 off 79. Second delivery into the 25th over. The first wicket has fallen. It's 138 for 1. Marion. And with that, the players have taken a drink, and so will we. Join us in 5 minutes' time. $138 for 1. John Anderson, the new batter for Marion. And left outside the off stump. And for the entire drinks break there, I had my head in my hands, as I just said. You don't want to be walking off for drinks knowing you can't walk back on. And I've just given Jack Harty the commentator's curse. And everyone said it to me. That ball skittled along the ground. Not what you want to see. Second ball. Marion still well on top though. Played into the leg side, and John Anderson is off the mark. Fielded that square leg. So there's a little thin one through to the wicketkeeper, Shivam. Jack Carty stood there probably saying to himself he couldn't believe what he had just done. Having done all the hard work. Batted superbly out there. Some really good strokes. And he'll be very disappointed. He knew that there was a big score out there for him today. Stephen Doheny keeping that last delivery out from Ryan Joyce. Brings to an end the 25th over. 139 for the loss of 1 wicket. Finally a breakthrough for Cork Harlequins, Joe, but still Merrion are well on top here at Farmers Cross.
They are, and it looks like Cork Harlequins are going to bring back an opener, Senan Jones. I think that they have a sniff here, but as long as Donaghy is still there, he's the big threat for Merrion.
Absolutely, and I think as well Shivam has to think about his bowlers as well, Joe. There's still a 5th and 6th bowler to bowl in this second part of the innings, so that will be in these two batters' minds as well. It's John Anderson on strike. It's Senan Jones returning to the bowling crease. Starts off with a full delivery. But yeah, big, as you say, Joe. Shivam sensing that there may be a slight gap, a slight opportunity, and he's bringing back his strike bowlers. Good captaincy from him, really. Push down the ground from John Anderson for a dot ball. And I think that's what it's all about, isn't it, as a captain, Joe? It's trying to sense when perhaps there's a wind of change and trying to make the changes accordingly.
We did mention, all right, that they had brought in the field while Ryan was bowling because he was bowling such a tight line, and it's a bit of good captaincy there by Shivam.
And he's bowling well, is Senan. His first spell was 5 overs, 1 maiden, not for 23 runs. I'd say this will be a shorter spell.
I think 1 or 2 overs, see if Senan can get the wicket of Anderson.
Back of a length there, well in behind us. However, you don't think he's going to be watchful for long coming into the second part.
He's got plenty of overs. Rodders. Doesn't need to do anything rash.
Well defended from John Anderson. 5 dots.
Sen is bowling a nice line in length.
And for the final delivery of the over, he's going to come around the wicket, change the angle.
I'm surprised that they don't even have a slip in place.
Dot ball. Maiden over from Senan Jones. 139 for 1. 26 overs are in the books. John Anderson looking very solid, wasn't he, in that over? It was some forward defensive strokes that we'd love to be playing.
Out of the ECB coaching manual, that.
Yeah.
Defensive shot there.
Ryan Joyce is going to continue from that city end of the ground. Picked up the wicket of Jack Carty. Little feather through to the wicketkeeper. And that's a wonderful stroke from Stephen Doheny. And it is cut off. All eyes to the umpire, waiting for the signal. There is none, so it was saved by Mubin down there, and bit of Samba soccer there, I think.
Absolutely, sign him up.
Saved with the boot. It's Mubin, quite a tall man. That's a wide ball outside the off stump from Ryan. So single first ball to Doheny. To be honest, I thought it was 4 off the bat, but it wasn't. Then a wide ball and now a dot ball. Interesting. John Anderson taking a few steps down the track. Taking a few steps down the track, trying to put the bowler off his length. Back of a length, pulled into the leg side, didn't quite middle it, and that'll be 1 run for John Anderson. He moves on to 2. Just getting our scoreboard up to date there. So, although the wicket has been taken by Cork Harlequins, still Marion looking very comfortable out there in the middle. Quick single being taken. It was a direct hit, given not out by the umpire. Well, that was very close. We said that Marion are very assured when it comes to running. That looked a little bit close for comfort, though. However, looked like Stephen Doheny made his ground. To me, it did.
It did, yeah. I just wonder if the umpire was standing behind the stumps rather than to the side. I'd have to have a look back on that one.
In fairness, the ball was hit to the fielder, and there wasn't much time for the umpire to get to his position. But I think it was the right call. Well, lots of oohs and ahs. That ball zipped back through the gate. It looked like it beat John Anderson on the inside edge. And
he took 2 or 3 steps coming. He came down to Ryan.
Yeah. And I think, that ball, Shivam diving to his left, so that ball seamed back into the right-hand batter. So Ryan Joyce making the ball talk here from the city end of the ground. Bit more excitement from Cork Harlequins. And that's well fielded. An acrobatic effort there from Ryan. 4 runs off the over, 27 done, 143 for the loss of 1 wicket. So Senan Jones has bowled 6 overs, Ryan Joyce has bowled 7, Zubair Hassan Khan has bowled 5 overs. So again, Cork Harlequins banking early on their strike bowlers. Looks like Senan is going to continue. And again, very difficult for the Munster side, Joe, but again, just a little bit of encouragement there in that last over.
They've come out more purposeful. As we said, they probably had a chat at drinks. And just as I said that, another beautiful stroke by Stephen Donoghue for 4 runs.
That was pure class, that one. That was a beautiful stroke. Half volley from Senan and put away.
He doesn't miss out on those. I think that's the 3rd or 4th one today. He just strokes that ball with ease. Hours and hours of practice.
And
practice.
I think so. I think it's the fact that he won't miss out on it. He won't miss out on it. It's and just as we say, Doheny moving on to 68 off 74. Strike rate of 90. I remember early in his innings he only had a strike rate of 50, so starting to up the rate as well. John Anderson, who just come to the crease, still getting his bearings. Well, got away with that one. A full toss outside the off stump. Drilled straight at the fielder. And I think the Harlequins bowler got away with that one, Joe.
He did, yes. Can't really be bowling full tosses to these players. But this time, Stephen didn't cash in.
Played into the offside, just drop and run.
It's always difficult to try and build momentum with your bowling spell when the batsman scores a boundary off the first ball of your over. Takes the kind of sting out of it.
And also these quick singles as well.
Yeah.
Really, it really doesn't help the fielding side build momentum. Watchful, John Anderson, keeping that one out.
Again, there's no pressure on John here now. He just needs to get Stephen on strike, the set batsman. They've already 5 runs this over. I think they'd be happy with it. I would imagine they have a plan at this stage.
That back of a length from Senan Jones didn't quite get up as much as he would have wanted. Well fielded though by Ryan Joyce at extra cover. Brings to an end the 28th over. 148 for the loss of 1 wicket. Thank you very much for tuning into this broadcast on Club Sportscast TV. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Maybe leave a comment about who you think is going to win this game. And also a big thank you to our sponsors, to DAP Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Be sure to contact John, who's been out and about, up and down the country, doing wickets only in the past week. Wherever it is in Ireland. That's DAP Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket, sponsoring this broadcast today. Thank you, John, for that. Ryan to continue. Stephen Doheny on strike. Looks like he hasn't broken a sweat, has he? It has got a little bit chillier out there, but has played with great ease throughout this innings so far.
He was thinking about that quick single again, but Zubair Hassan Khan came in pretty quickly to cut off that run.
Well, it's always when a quick single is taken to you, you tend to take a few steps in as a fielder.
Need to up your game.
Misfield there. The chase is on, but the ball will win. So 4 for Stephen Doheny through extra cover. Didn't quite middle it, but got enough of it for 4 runs.
Looks like Mubin Ali might have pulled something there as he was chasing for that ball. And is it a hamstring?
Could be a quad. Have you ever pulled a muscle, Joe?
Sorry, Rodders.
Hard to interpretate that response.
Inappropriate question.
Hamstring?
No, I haven't. No. I don't run that much, Rodders.
Well, normally if you pull a hamstring means you've taken a quick single, so I'm guessing.
No, in fairness I do. But not to that extent. I remember the Commonwealth Games in Manchester, and I think there was they had a mural or something called the Bee in the Bang, as in like, you know, from when say the 100 meters final in the athletics and the gun goes off. So like I've always tried to, the momentum is first is out of the blocks. That was my thinking always about running between the wickets. Because if that first few strides, you have to, you know, go as fast as hard as you can. Reassess then with the last couple of strides.
29 overs done, 152 for 1. But it's interesting when fielders are getting ready to, when the bowler bowls the ball, the batter hits it, the fielders have, instead of 2 feet level with each other, they've 1 foot in front of the other, getting ready to field the ball if it comes into their vicinity. The off-the-line speed.
Yeah, I always looked at, do you know who's a very good fielder? William Porterfield. And if you saw the way Porterfield kind of fielded, he fielded with, as though he was ready to run all the time. I always kind of...
Owen Morgan back there. But yeah, absolutely. And it makes a difference, doesn't it, that... it makes a difference that off-the-line speed. It's small margins at this level, and all those small margins add up. Off the inside half of the bat from John Anderson. So the 2-over spell, as we predicted, Joe, from Senan has come to an end. And he has been replaced by Matt Brewster, a dot to start off with to John Anderson, and he taken a single off the second ball of the over. A dot ball there to Stephen Doheny as well. But it's all those fine margins, Joe. They add up at the end of the day.
Of course they do.
Partnership of 15 between these two. So trying to rebuild from that wicket that has fallen. Again, soft hands from Doheny. It's been a feature of how he's played today. No hard hands going at the ball. He's waited for the ball to come under his eyes and has played accordingly. Of course, he wouldn't be used to batting on surfaces like this that perhaps hold up a bit more than they would do on international pitches, but he's adapted extremely well.
You'd be surprised what wickets they play on, especially up in Dublin, up in Leinster.
No comment.
What I'm a little bit disappointed with Harlequins today is they're walking in, looking for the ball to be coming towards them. If you see here, they have the hands crossed. One or two walking in, bit static. Almost they should be try to foretell that the ball is coming to them and attack that ball more. And that's why the Merrion lads can take their chances, their quick singles, because they're aware that some players aren't doing that.
30 overs done, 154 for the loss of 1 wicket. We'll be back to you in a moment. Ryan Joyce going to continue. Looks like he's going to finish off his spell here. His first delivery into his 9th over, his penultimate over of his spell, of course. It's a 50-over game in this Oireachtas Irish Senior Cup, first round. 50-over competition, and of course, one bowler can only bowl 1/5 of the innings, so one
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
There we go. For all those new viewers who are tuning in. And of course, if it is cricket that you want to get into, be sure to contact your local club. Single there for Stephen Doheny. He moves on to 75.
Rodders, I think you should be paid by Cricket Ireland and a few other.
Not paid enough.
Not paid at all.
Not paid at all. Pulled away from John Anderson. That is a wonderful stroke. Fractionally short of a length from Ryan. And it was pulled in front to square by John. That's a cracking stroke. His first boundary. Partnership moves on to 21. John Anderson moves on to 7. Joe, the pull shot, not one that, not a stroke that you're familiar with.
No, Rodders, let's be brutally honest. I was afraid of the ball. Like, let's get it out there. There you go. You might have a snigger there. No, I wasn't.
Expertly played by John. They're in the bush. They're looking for the ball.
Let's go down to the rush score is quite phenomenal.
In the National Cup now.
Yeah, but they haven't. Cup. They've lost a couple of wickets here now, and Nathan Maguire's on 37 off 30 balls. They're 296 for 4 off 26.3 overs with 13 overs remaining. What do you think, Rodders? 400?
Well, of course, it's hard to keep that tempo up. What were they going at on?
400.
It's hard to keep the tempo up from the two openers for batters coming in to immediately trying to pick it up.
Yeah, for
It's very
those
difficult.
for those who are only joining now, Llewellyn Johnson scored 106 off 52 balls with 8 fours and 9 sixes, where Neil Rock scored 142 off 53 balls with 7 fours and 16 sixes. I think they were about 160 off 11 overs, were they?
Well, you know the way they say that after the game the players have to take an ice bath.
Yeah.
I think the umpire might have to take an ice bath from all that exercise. So that was the Oireachtas National Cup 2023. We're focusing on that game more than others because of the score, the very high score in that. Of course, we will update you on other matches as well, specifically in the Irish Senior Cup, the Oireachtas Irish Senior Cup. Played into the leg side. That's good cricket there from Marion. Take your boundary and then get off strike. Pushed into the leg side.
Just
to a wide mid-on for one. Sorry, Joe.
Sorry, just going back there, I noticed a guy called Cian Edgerton who played with Cork Harlequins for years, playing for Rush. I think he might get a ribbing today as he went out for a duck.
This is brilliant stuff from Marion. Again, dropping that ball into the leg side, taking the single. It really does peg back the bowling side, who are trying to bowl dots, trying to build pressure. And just for very minimum lengths of time, Harlequins have been able to do that, but clearly not enough. And, well, it won't be close. Buzzers, and there is 4 of them. So the single was taken to Zubair Hassan Khan. He throws the ball at the stumps. 4 overthrows, 5 altogether. Well, Joe, we just said it. These singles, they elicit mistakes from the opposition. Brilliant cricket from Marion, and Harlequins are starting to help them along now.
They're just switched off a bit. Another wicket here might help them.
Matthew Brewster to continue. Yeah, that's a dot ball. They're just going back to the last ball of the last over. Careless from Cork Harlequins. There were 3 people backing up, but the throw went wide of all 3. They all kind of dived in sync as well. It's like the Mexican wave or something.
Synchronized diving.
Synchronized diving, yeah. Well, less than 20 overs to go now, 18 and a half, 17 and a half to be specific. And there's a few hands on hips now, a few teapots out there. Marion will be looking for a big score. They're currently going at just on a tad under 5.5 runs per over. Chipped in the air from John Anderson. Nobody there though. And 1 run will be taken. So again, just keeping that scoreboard ticking along. Marion will be looking for a big score from here. 167 now for 1. Again, pushed into the offside for 1. And that's a dot ball. So I think for Marion, it's about keeping the head, Joe. It's about deliveries that hold in the pitch or pop. They don't let that get to them, and they trust their stroke play. It's a very fast outfield, and they'll be looking for a big score.
definitely in the region of 300 plus, Rodders.
Without a doubt. 9 wickets in the shed, without a doubt. Eventually, I managed to get you to say a score there. So, because I wasn't too sure myself. 300 plus, do you think?
I reckon so.
Yeah.
You didn't ask me. If you ask me, I'll let you know. Like,
Asking you shall receive.
yes, that was always in my head. You do need, on a day like today, you need at least 300.
Yeah.
Small ground, fast outfield, wickets okay. Especially with the calibre of players that Marion have, you'd be expecting them to hit something like 300. Wouldn't be surprised 350.
169 for 32 overs done. Ryan is going to finish his spell. And I think a good decision, really, for Ryan to finish off at this point.
He's bowled very well. Oh!
So Ryan going to finish off his spell. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14-2. And that's a dot ball outside the off stump. Field is up for Cork Harlequins on the offside. Only one man back, that's third man. And on the leg side, there's 2 men back. There's a fine leg and a deep mid wicket. And that's well fielded by Ryan Joyce, going to his right-hand side. John Anderson on strike. He's on 15 of 30 deliveries. And I think you have the feeling that Marion are trying to see off Ryan at the moment. Full length delivery. That's a dot ball. Lots of encouragement for the bowler. Marion still well on top here. Down the ground, umpire Archie has to take evasive action to get out of the way. He did so, and it is 4 runs. Second boundary for John, a really good one too, and good work from the umpire as well to get it out of the way. No fielders there behind the umpire, so good option there from John. Last ball of the over. Played into his leg. Dot ball to finish. Ryan finishes his spell. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 46. 33 overs gone. Marion 173 for 1. Here in this Oireachtas Irish Senior Cup 2023 first round. Cork Harlequins versus Marion Cricket Club here at Farmers Cross. Matt Brewster to continue. Doheny on strike. He moves on to 77 of 89 deliveries on a surface which is really starting to play a bit more even now. It's improving as the day goes on. Great effort from the staff, the ground staff here at Cork Harlequins, as that ball is pushed into the offside, beats the field, but there is a fielder on the boundary all the way out there. So 2 runs taken. But yeah, as I was saying, great work from the ground staff and the players and everyone behind the scenes at Kerr Harlequins to get the ground looking the way it is and playing on a cut strip. As that's pushed down the ground for 1. As Doheny gets off strike, he moves on to 80 and is closing in on those 3 figures. We won't say anything though. That's the commentator's curse if I've ever heard one. So he's played extremely well as the Irish international. Left outside the off stump for a dot ball. Only 3 runs off this over so far. Kerr Harlequins plugging away, trying to take their second wicket. Marion keeping them out. But as I was saying there, a really good effort from all the ground staff here at Kerr Harlequins, especially the man next to me, Joseph O'Mahony, who's worked like a Trojan throughout the past couple of weeks and really doesn't get the credit that he deserves. Well done, Joe.
Thanks, Rodders. Appreciate that. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a fight back here from Kerr Harlequins. They're bowling a bit more with more intent and just as I say it.
I think that's happened a few times now, hasn't it?
Front foot no ball. Free hit. This is John Anderson now. I think this is his first free hit of the day. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, the other 2 went to Doheny. He has to sit on his back at the non-strikers end to watch this one, though. And
where is this going to go, you wonder?
Straight to us.
I hope not. I have my niece and nephew next to us.
Here we go. Free hit. Matt Brewster to John Anderson. It is going to come straight to us. And it's 6 runs. What a shot. That was from Stephen Doheny. Joe moved out of the way like a shot.
I was looking to see if the trajectory of the ball so it wouldn't hit any of the kids.
Brilliant shot there from John Anderson. The free hit is costly. It goes for 6.
He's moved swiftly to 25, hasn't he, Rodders?
Yeah. Those, again, risk-free cricket.
Absolutely.
Risk-free cricket is what Marion have done all day. And, well, they're looking at a big score now. The score is Marion 183 for the loss of 1 wicket after 34 overs.
And Mushtaq will replace Ryan from the City end.
Yeah, so a quick reminder, this broadcast is brought to you by Club Sportscast TV. Be sure to like, share and subscribe and comment in that comment box as well who you think is going to win, what you think of the pitch out there at the moment, anything you'd like to comment, work away. And also a big Mushtaq, changing ends, has to run in again. And also a big thank you to Dapt Cricket, our sponsor for this broadcast, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Thank you very much to John for that. As that ball is played through extra cover and Mushtaq is met, returns to the bowling crease and is met with a wonderful cover drive from Stephen Doheny. He moves on to 84 with his 8 boundaries.
Rogers, we spoke about this, about bowling to Doheny. Anything full he's going to take advantage of.
Another wonderful extra cover drive and pushed to the mid-on fielder for 1. It's as though he didn't realise that the fielder was on the fence and had enough time to take 1.
Shot.
John Anderson opens up his shoulders and puts that ball into the field for 6 more, his second 6 in as many deliveries. And Marion starting to motor now with just over 15 overs to go. It looks like they have decided that it's time to kick on and time to attack these Harlequins bowlers. Wonderful stroke there from John Anderson. Just getting a drink of water, placing his front foot, and a free swing of the bat, and the ball has ended up in the field. He moves on to 31 off 38, 2 4s, 2 6s. Stephen Doheny, 85 off 93, 8 4s, 3 6s. The run rate now has crept above 5.5, and looks like they've got the ball back. Again, good effort. We were looking at that field just over the side screen in your display before the game started, and there's long grass in there, but they managed to retrieve the ball pretty soundly. 2 umpires having a look, making sure the ball is still in working order. I wonder, do the umpires have the loop that apparatus whereby they drop the ball through a steel loop, and if the ball can't drop through it, then it's deemed out of shape, but don't think the ball is out of shape, so we can continue. 11 runs off this over. Mushtaq being put under pressure. It's Mushtaq to John Anderson. Dropped into the offside, a single taken. Wonderful running there from these two. It's been ever evident throughout the innings and has been a real thorn in the side of Cork Harlequins. Dot ball to the offside. Lots of people gathering away to our left-hand side. Lots of chatter. Lots of words of encouragement. Squeezed to short third man. And no signal from the umpire, which means that's runs to see Stephen Donaghy. That's a single off the last ball. We'll just get the score up in a moment. So not a welcome return for Mushtaq to the crease. He's bowled 4 overs now, and we'll get his figures in just a moment. Looks like Matt Brewster is going to continue from this clubhouse end of the ground. Stephen Doheny on strike. Matt Brewster to run in. And Matt Brewster feels off his own bowling. It's always interesting that bowlers feeling off their own bowling. There's a bit more of an extra spring in their step, an extra dive.
There is, but they want to save runs going against their bowling.
Absolutely. Single for the Irish international. That'll bring John back on to strike. And again, brilliant running. Well, a direct hit. And the ball ricochets into space. And 2 runs are taken. Just a quick look over to the umpire. And yeah, there will be 2 runs taken. A bit unfortunate there, Ryan Joyce diving forward. The ball hit the stump. The batter had made his ground. That would have been Stephen Doheny. The ball ricocheted into space with enough time for the batters to take 2. A little bit unfortunate there for Cork Harlequins. But again, this quick running, the communication is second to none between all the Merrion batters, really. And as I said earlier, has been a thorn in the side of Harlequins. 200 up with that single from John Anderson. with 2 deliveries to go in the 36th over, run rate of just above 5.5 runs per over. So most definitely with just over 14 overs to go, that 300 should be on the cards and 9 wickets in hand. So we'll see when and if there'll be a bit of an acceleration as Donaghy pushes that into the offside for 1. Five runs off this over. Again, risk-free cricket from Marion as they've played all through the day. Played down the ground, full toss from Matt Brewster. Perhaps might have gotten away with that one. We've already seen John Anderson tee off for 2 sixes. 36 overs gone, 202 for the loss of 1 wicket, and Joe, 300 on the cards.
Yes, indeed, Rodders. You can see now that they're slowly turning the screw and going through the motions, going through the gears.
Through the gears.
Sorry,
that's
going
it.
through the motions. Oh my God!
I think Cork Harlequins are going through the emotions, and Marion
I think the supporters are going through the emotions.
Yes,
some
indeed.
raucous behaviour going on out there.
Wouldn't know anything about that.
No. Great to see my niece and nephew up here for the first time watching cricket.
Flayed through the offside. Bit of work there for the wide mid-on fielder Mubin, who does well. To be fair, Cork Harlequins by and large have stuck to their task. All the fielders out there have done their best. All their bowlers have bowled as hard as they could. Mushtaq running in for his 6th over.
To be fair, yeah, they've been committed out in the field.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And sometimes, you're out there for a long time. It is warm. You do switch off at times.
And that's a wide ball outside the off stump from Mushtaq. And I think what Harlequins will be looking to do now for the last, 13 overs is to stick to their basics, put the ball in the right area, bowl to their field as that ball is whacked down the ground from John Anderson, trying to keep the ball inside the ballpark. They'll know that it's a quick scoring ground and that boundaries, especially along the ground, the ball does race away, so they won't be too disheartened. They just have to do the basics well. However, it is difficult. This is a point. 5 runs off this over so far, 2 to come. Of course, there was that wide ball outside the off stump.
Oh.
That's a wonderful shot. Fetched from outside the off stump by John Anderson. Swept away over the leg side. That's a wonderful stroke. Bit of intent there from John Anderson. We haven't seen that much from Marion. They have been quite watchful, especially in the first part of their innings. However, this could be the first sign of intent. Joe?
Yeah, definitely, Rodders. Let me just fix the score there,
No
please.
worries at all. Sorry. And that's straight down. Great shot. That's John Anderson's 3rd 6 now. And the peloton of runners who are the Harlequin support group are jogging across the ground to look for that ball to try and retrieve it. Wonderful stroke there from John Anderson. 1 foot down the pitch, swings through the line, out of the park.
Lovely looking shot there by Anderson.
And
in fact, his 4 was outrageous if you're thinking about
it.
it.
Yeah,
it was outside off.
Fetched it.
Dragged his batter across. 3 4s, 3 6s. I think he's been given leeway to go for it. Definitely 300 is plus 300 you're looking at.
What must be a great feeling to be told, yeah,
Good, yeah.
out there and
Number
tee
three.
off.
Number
Yeah,
three.
yeah,
Go on. Have a crack. Have the crack outside. The problem with the guys across the road in the field looking for the ball is that the farmer has left the grass grow.
We were just saying,
It's pretty hard
yeah.
it'll be pretty hard to find it unless you have the right trajectory.
They've done pretty well so far.
Yeah, they haven't lost any yet.
Very easy to get the ball lost inside there as they're looking for the ball. We'll take the opportunity to go through some of the other games. I'll just pick it up there. So,
Which one would you like? National Cup or Senior Cup?
just a quick update as there's a bit of a delay as they look for the ball. Above in Fox Lodge. Fox Lodge batting first, scored 151 all out. The Hills chase has started. They're 17 for the loss of 1 wicket halfway through the third over there. So Fox Lodge looking to make early inroads to the Hills batting top order batting lineup. In Stormont, Leinster Cricket Club are the visitors to Belfast, batting first. They are 204 for 6 with 8 overs to go there. CSN are bowling there. Eglinton, this is in Comber in North Down. Eglinton are the visitors, batting first. Eglinton scored 166 and North Down are 18 without loss in reply. So we'll get back to those Irish Senior Cup matches, and right here Umar Hassan Khan is going to replace Matt Brewster. So we spoke about this earlier. That's a single out to deep point about where the 5th, 6th bowlers are going to come in. Looks like it's going to be Umar Hassan Khan who's going to fill that role. That'll bring John Anderson back on strike. Good opportunity here for Umar. Has worked hard in his bowling and gets his chance here in the 38th over. Played down the ground. It's kind of coming to that stage of the innings where even singles are winners for Harlequins. Wide open spaces now. There's a long on in position, a deep square leg. I think there's a deep point out there in the abyss. Yes, there is. And there is a fine leg. Remember, still only 4 men outside the ring. For Captain Shivam to think about. That's a dot ball there to Stephen Donaghy, who's batted superbly, Joe. He's moved on to 91 off 102 deliveries. Real top-class innings from him.
Yeah, really good openers innings. I'm looking forward to Umair Bowl. He's been trying hard over the last few years. He has sometimes a tendency to bowl a bit short, but his better balls.
Oh, that's a wonderful stroke. Well, we've had a few of them today, and that one is right up there, especially because there wasn't much of a gap between long off and extra cover. Yes, Donaghy found it and picks up 4 runs. He moves on to 90. Long boundary out there, and they will race back for 2. 3 away now is Stephen Donaghy from a first round Irish Senior Cup century. Has been a joy to watch.
He's been quality, hasn't he?
Absolute quality.
We've just had the scorers coming over to say that we're incorrect. I don't know how, honestly. Was that the end of the over? Was it, Rodders? And was it a dot ball, Rodders? I think they've confused us now.
We'll just get that fixed up, not to worry. Of course, the scores are way to our left-hand side are the official score. Their scoreboard can be tweaked. But not to worry, we'll get it fixed up there in a moment. But in the meantime, so not to worry, we'll get all that fixed up. We're doing our best.
Rodders were correct.
Aha, there we go.
Scorers were wrong.
That's a first, I'd say. That's a first.
I love it.
226 for 1, 38 overs gone. Stephen Doheny on 98. Now he's on strike. It's a change of bowling. It's Zubair Hassan Khan. Played into the leg side. He will pick up one. He's one away now. Is Doheny. Partnership moves on to 89. It's all these milestones. It's confusing us on the boundary. A short arm jab from John Anderson. He moves on to 50 of 47 deliveries. 3 4s, 3 6s. He's come in and without really breaking a sweat has made himself an opening round 50. Very well played. Some big shots in there as well. And in the exact same over, Irish international and Northwest Warriors player Stephen Doheny has moved on to 3 figures. He's done so off 107 deliveries with 9 boundaries and 3 sixes. A wonderful innings from him and has put his side in pole position in this game.
Pure class by Doheny and also by Anderson. He's come in. Obviously, he's been given free rein and he's cashed in at times. But also, there we go again now. Has that gone for Miles? Yes, it has. That's gone for a 6. They're now going to go for it.
Big shot there from John Anderson's, his 4th 6 now. And I think they're going to start targeting those short boundaries, Joe.
Absolutely. But going back to Doheny, it was a masterful innings, to be fair to him. A masterful 100. His cover drives are just magnificent.
Yeah. I think that's the 2 parts of his game that he's really showed this afternoon here in Cork is his cover drives. Hasn't missed one and has put all of them to the fence.
Yeah.
And those soft hands, dropping the ball, getting a single.
Quick singles, yeah.
Really top class stuff from him. Looks like
the man can time a ball, all right.
He can indeed, yeah. He really timed it today. Looks like they've got the ball back, which is good. So we'll keep you updated on the other score. We'll also keep you updated on our match sponsor for today. Stay tuned for that if you want information on that. Also, we'll keep tabs on the other Munster representative side. That is Cork County. I think it's an innings break there, Joe.
Yep.
So we'll update you on that in a moment. Stay tuned. Swings across a straight one and has been given out. Zubair Hassan Khan with the breakthrough, and it's 50 and out for John Anderson. The question was that ball sliding? He played with a closed bat face there, did John Anderson. And he'll be disappointed, but he's played extremely well, has done a great job for his team. 56 runs he scored. Marion are
hold that thought for a moment, Rodders.
Keeping everyone in suspense.
Yeah.
235 for the loss of 2 wickets. Sam Harberson is the new man out. Faced his first delivery. It was a dot ball. And that was LBW. Looked close, however, there was a little bit of doubt whether it was either sliding or going over the top. But umpire Archie was convinced, and it's his decision is the final one. 39 overs done, 235 for 2. Zubair Hassan Khan with the breakthrough. That's his first wicket today. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. And now is a good opportunity to tell you about our match sponsors. That is Dapt Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Contact John Buss for information. Umair Hassan Khan will continue. And that is a wonderful stroke over the offside by Stephen Doheny. That's his 10th boundary now. He moves on to 104. And I'm delighted that joining me in the commentary position is Ruan Jones. Ruan?
Good afternoon, Eric.
Good afternoon. How are you
Pleasure
doing?
to join you just as the sun comes out.
Yes, indeed.
And that was right in the slot for Stephen Doheny. That's where he likes it. Over extra cover, inside out. 4 runs. And Umair pulls the length back there, but I reckon that's going for another boundary unless Jack Buss. No. Jack's quick. He's not that quick. And it's 4 more.
So that's 4 more there for Stephen Doheny. It's interesting, Ruan, before you came over to join us, we were saying the 2 parts of Stephen's game that he's really showed today was his quick singles, but also his extra cover drives. He hasn't missed one today, and every single half volley from the Quins bowlers has disappeared for 4.
Yeah, it was very noticeable, especially early on in his partnership with Jack Carty, that he was really capitalising on anything that was pitched up as Umair comes into bowl once more. And this time it's just going to be a single, which I'm sure he'll be very glad of. Turn the strike over, get the new man in his sights. But yeah, it was very noticeable. Jack Carty, we were really keeping him under wraps, and Stephen Doheny wasn't getting much of the strike, but pretty much every time he got his opportunity, 1 or 2 balls every over, and there was almost guaranteed to be a boundary in it. So very canny play, very clever.
Absolutely. So 9 runs from this over. Umair will be looking to claw it back, and it's a good delivery from him. It's a Yorker length delivery. Get back here at Farmers Cross. Of course, the last game was 10 years ago.
It's hard to believe, yeah. Fox Lodge, we're down here, made out about 240 odd, I think, and we struggled in the chase. But great day. No, it's wonderful to have Marion down here. We've had some good tussles with them in the last couple of years in the shorter format, but they're really showing us how it's done here in the longer form.
Absolutely. Outside edge, and that ball looks like it will win the race to the boundary. It does. So bit of fortune there for Sam Harberson, looking to kick on the scoring rate. And I think looking at the scoreboard, Ruan, with 1 ball shy of 10 overs, 248 runs on the board. I think Marion can afford to start throwing the bat out there now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ideal situation for a new batsman to come in. You've someone motoring at the other end. If you're not feeling in, you can just tick over the strike, and if you are, you just throw the hands. Well bowled. It's a better length.
And that brings to an end the 40th over, 248 for the loss of 2 wickets. And again, shout out to our sponsor, Dapt Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Has a good ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, it's got a little jingle.
Yeah, for sure.
And Zubair seems to have bowled very well in this spell, and in his first spell as well, to be fair. He's hit a very nice length, just challenging the batsman on the front foot, and it was very noticeable in his first spell. It was the same, just maintained a very good, almost just full of a good length. So no, he's bowled well, and hopefully he keeps it up here. Stephen Doheny would be a handy wicket to get at this stage.
So you saw the umpire waving his hand in the air. I'll tell you about that in a moment. It's an inside edge, a bit of luck there for Doheny. That fuller length delivery nearly paying off for Zubair.
That's the length that we're talking about there, just drawing him forward on the drive, and it looks like a little bit of nip back with that natural little in shape there from Zubair. Very unlucky, but you earn your luck when you're 109 not out.
Without
I think
a
you
doubt.
do.
Without a doubt.
113 not out as he is now off 111 balls.
So this is the third power play, which means 5 fielders can disappear outside the ring should Captain Shivam choose to do so. That's a dot ball there from Zubair. And again, it's almost as though your strength is your weakness sometimes. As we've come to know, Stephen Doherty has a great extra cover drive, but nearly got himself into a bit of bother there that previous delivery.
Yeah, I wonder, was it a little bit straight on him? Maybe he's just feeling very comfortable and thinks if it's there, he's going for it. But it shows, and there's just a single pushed out to deep cover there by Stephen Doherty. Turns the strike over to Sam Harbison. It just shows that on this pitch, even at this late stage, if you're getting the ball in the right areas, there seems to be a little bit in it. So it's something for, I think, that the American bowlers will look to exploit, and I think something that Zubair will keep him interested for the last 3.5 overs of his spell here.
I think the Marion bowlers will be looking forward to getting ball in hand, with the Harlequins batters trying to take him on at quite a high required run rate. We'll see what Marion can muster. That's a dot ball into the leg side there, fielded by Umar Hassan Khan, brother to brother, fielding that.
And I think there was a little misfield earlier, which I'm sure will bit of recriminations when they get back to the house. Those things aren't forgotten.
You be well used to that.
Yeah, it's familiar. Well bowled, well fielded. Again, that good length area, just full of it maybe. And there's not much that the batsmen have done with it. Matthew Brewster has done the exact same. Senna Jones, any seamer that has come in and hit a good area, consistency has generally it's been difficult to get away.
And it's interesting to note as well, Ruan, that this pitch is playing a little bit better now. The sun has kind of flattened it out. That's a big swing there to the leg side. Didn't get the contact he wanted. A dot ball to finish the 41st over, 253, I think it is.
And just as I've been praising him, it looks like Matthew Brewster is coming back into the attack. Right arm over. He's bowled so far 7 overs, none for 40, and perhaps a little bit unlucky to have those figures. At least in the spell that I've seen, he's bowled very consistently. Ryan Joyce as well, sorry, I should have mentioned. I mean, he really showed the way forward.
Bowled with a lot of heart and a lot of courage from that city end of the ground. Picked himself up a wicket as well of Jack Carty.
Well deserved.
So Matthew back into the attack. Doherty, bit of outside edge there in the air, falls short of Jack Boss. Throws the ball back in, 2 runs taken. So quite an expansive stroke there by Stephen. Maybe the signal has been made. He's a bit more licensed now.
Yeah, I think even if the signal hadn't come, he must be feeling in. He must be thinking here, if he bats through the last 9 overs, he could have 160, 170 to his name.
Yeah.
We've seen a few high scores against us down through the years. Remember Bob O'Forrest, 150 against us in Clontarf. Again after, that was nearly an excellent catch.
It was a great effort there. I think it was Devon Joyce diving away to his left-hand side. Would have been a great catch had he taken it. But a very, very good effort from him. Yeah,
that's that heavyish length again, Matty. Another tall seamer. Just banging in at that length. And it's obviously not that easy to get away. That's 2 mishits in a row now.
That'll bring Sam Harbison back on strike. Matty Brewster running in. Bottom edge. The single taken. The fielder, Zubair Hassan Khan.
He looked like he was winding up again, but perhaps the memory of the 4 overthrows just restrained him.
Yeah.
It's beginning to feel rather like a beach atmosphere in the background here. We have some music. The barbecue is going. Let's get the smell of it over here, just wafting over to us. Oh, that's well bowled, but it's a no ball. Slower ball.
For Sam Harbison. he'll be looking to take advantage. There's been a So here's the free hit, down the ground and out of the park. Maximum there from Sam Harberson. Could be what he needs to get his innings going. My apologies, Rowan. I switch your mic off there. I'll bring you back online there as soon as we get our scoreboard going. We're all getting confused here in the commentary position. So that was a 6 from Sam. And he follows that up with an outside edge, which the third man... Yeah, the third man fielder won't get around. And as you say, Rowan, down the hill, 4 more. And it's always happens, doesn't it?
Well, I think that's perhaps why Matty's figures are a little bit bruised there. He's bowled very well, but just those no balls. Twice now he's bowled a no ball and the free hit's gone for a 6. They're short, straight boundaries here, and the powerful hitters, it's difficult to contain, so got to be on top of his game here. Good chance here, just hits his lengths.
And that's been smashed down the ground as well. Good effort from the fielder, but it will be 4 more. Over pitch there from Matt Brewster, and Sam hammers it down the ground for the second boundary of that over, of course, with a 6 as well. 42 overs done, 273 for the loss of 2 wickets, and Marion now they're in a good position to set a high total for the run chase in the second innings.
Yeah, really are looking at 350 plus here. Could do with a wicket. I mean, wickets, even at this stage of the game, are key. You get a couple of new men to the crease, takes them a couple of balls to get in. So Zubair's still just got to keep knocking out that length.
And I think, as well, Ruan, that's what Harlequins will be focused on these last 8 overs. See what they can get out of it. See can they try and win it.
Yeah, well, you just got to rest something back for yourself. Keep a bit of pride in your performance. Oh, that's an excellent delivery there from Zubair. You could see
something myself and Joe said earlier. Those short and wide deliveries have been disappearing for 4.
Field is quick. Pitch was playing quite easily, so it's easy to pick up those boundaries. Just down to the shorter edge or shorter corner of the ground here. It's well played by Stephen Dohney. He was really seeing it like a beach ball, you'd imagine, at this stage.
Yeah, I think Harlequins are sick of the sight of him at this point in time. Halfway through the 43rd over.
Oh.
Down the ground this time. Just a single. That'll be hauled in by Mubin down there, but he's played very well. I don't know how much you've seen of it, Rowan.
No,
but
I've kept track of it.
Yeah.
And no, look, he was very conservative at the start of his innings. I thought that Senan and Zubair bowled quite well to him, and look, he was good enough for it. So he's earned his right now to cash in at the death here.
Full toss. Sam driving the ball straight down the ground for a single. Cork Harlequins gone into defensive mode here. There's a long on, long off. And this is all off camera. So long on, long off. A deep point, a man deep on the leg side, and a third man. So in defensive mode here are the home side.
And that's well bowled, well fielded. Perhaps lucky it didn't squeeze it, or unlucky for Stephen Dohney they didn't squeeze it back past point for another boundary, but that's the end of the over here, and Matthew Brewster, it looks like, will continue. And if he can just cut out these couple of no balls here, he has a chance for 2 very tidy overs just to finish it out, and it really will do his team a lot of good. Zubair Hassan has just 2 overs left as well. Very impressive figures in the context of the game. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33.
So 43 overs done, 281 for the loss of 2 wickets. I think, Ruan, while we have a... So Matthew Brewster to continue. He's 2 overs left to go in his spell. That ball is short and has been pulled away for 6 runs. It was a flat 6 from Sam.
Smacked into the trees there, and it'll be another retrieval, this time from the stinging nettles.
I think that's probably the worst part in the ground to retrieve the ball, some would say.
Yes. No, it doesn't do anything for the pride to go into that and have to fetch the ball out. But yeah, it's very difficult now. Any indiscretion in terms of line or length is really being punished. The batsmen have license. And John Buss has just headed off here, armed with a broom to try and rustle up this ball for us here. But Eric, were you playing in that match 10 years ago? Do you remember?
I was,
yeah,
I was.
It's one of those rare occasions I opened the bowling leg spin, and there were 2 car windows smashed that day. I think one off your bowling and one off mine.
And
the one off my bowling, I think, happened to be my parents' car as well.
Was it? Yeah, I remember that. I think the one that I bowled, it was a gentleman who's over to our left-hand side. It was Will Doyle's car.
Yes, that's correct. And he had it hidden behind the clubhouse. It was really quite a massive strike.
Yeah.
But 2 in one, and I think it was the same batsman, Iftikhar. Was it the same for you?
Yeah.
A very talented professional.
Good outfit for Fox Lodge.
Yeah. Competitive on and off the pitch.
That's a good way of putting it. Very quickly, Rowan. Would you like to be throwing the ball today?
I was just commenting that I was quite happy to be sitting here on the sideline. It's an unforgiving atmosphere out there now. You're on hiding to nothing as a bowler.
I must concur with you there. As that ball has been kind of flayed through the offside, throwing his hands outside the off stump. Just a single though.
Very interesting field there. They have a deep cover and a deep point and a deep third man here. And so obviously plan must be to try and hang the ball outside off and keep it away from this short boundary here on the leg side. And so far, so good. That's 2 out of 2 for Matthew Brewster. 2 singles, so be happy with that. But you could see there Stephen Doheney was lining it up, stepping across, thinking if anything's on his legs, he was going to pick it up. And it's a bit of a free shot, really. There's no one in the deep on the leg side at all, so it would need to be a very poor miscue to put him in any danger.
It's a very, as you say, Rowan, as Matthew Brewster has untied shoelace. But it's an interesting point that should the batters try and fetch the ball from outside off stump to drag it to the leg side, could elicit him.
There's no point
moving across his stump, so like a bit of game of cat and mouse going on at the moment. That's a full toss off the outside edge of the bat. 2 fielders are in chase, but in vain as the ball wins. 4 more to Sam. That is... to Stephen Doheney. My apologies. So he moves on to 128 off 122 deliveries, 14 boundaries, 3 sixes, and for sure he's eyeing up a big one.
Yeah, I don't know that he quite has enough time left for a double ton, but he's certainly giving it his best effort.
Partnership out of nowhere has moved on to 59.
And it wouldn't be the first double ton on this ground. Ted Williamson scored a double 100 in a Munster Senior Cup match here against Limerick Raiders many years ago. I'd say it must be about 12 years ago now, and famously off the last ball, I think he might have been on 198 or something like that, and he turned it away for a boundary and was able to celebrate.
That's in the air. 2 fielders converging, and it falls in between them. I think it was Devin Joyce and Jack Buss. The batters take 1, and communication there was absent. It's the end of the 44th over. Marion move on to 295 for 2, and I think no communication between the 2 there. Ball lands in between them.
Yeah, I think as the outfielder there, you probably want to try and claim that it's tricky though. Fielders running back, it really did split them, so it was an awkward one. But I mean, it just sort of tells you something about the situation here. The ball just keep on falling in gaps. Outside edge is not going to hand. inside edges beating the stumps. So it's just rubbing salt in the wound here for Cork Harlequins, but just got to keep going.
6 overs to go then. 295 for the loss of 2 wickets. Merrion Cricket Club from the Leinster Cricket Union doing very well so far, enjoying their trip to Cork as the tunes are starting to blare now away to our left hand side. A good party atmosphere, which is good to see. And that ball played into the offside, well fielded there by Senan Jones.
Yeah, slap that quite hard, but it was a nice bounce into the belly. But no, well fielded by Senan. And well bowled again. Yeah, just batsmen saw him advancing. They will get 2 runs out of it. Very good running, and again, just in every aspect of the game here, Stephen Downey showing why he's an international cricketer.
Yeah. Absolutely, the skill set he's shown, the soft hands on a surface which he wouldn't be familiar with. It's been a masterclass from him.
I think from Shivam, he dived across. Oh, and that's going to be very frustrating if you're the captain, to see another overthrow. So that's 2 wides.
So a wide and then 2. But as you say, a very good description there, Ruan. Very frustrating. So just keeping our scoreboard.
That's a great shot as well. Just a nice punch, but well fielded there by Adam Hickey on the boundary, sliding across, getting the body behind it. Just a single. But you can see here for Zubair, it's tricky. He's been banging out in a good length here, but the batsman's put him under pressure, and he's just not been able to hold it at the moment. So it's a question of what does he go to? Is it York or is it a slower ball? What does he do to change it up?
It's the margin of error. It's well, here comes the scoop, and it works perfectly. It's a 1 bounce 4. Sam Harbison getting all the tricks out here at Farmers Cross. There's 5 overs to go. Merrion Cricket Club are 315 for the loss of 2 wickets. A very innovative stroke there, something we're accustomed to seeing in a T20 fixture, but very well executed by Sam.
Yeah, and I was just saying there, what does Shivam do? How does he change it up? And well, he went for the Yorker, and unfortunately the batsman was equal to the task, setting himself up for that little scoop. Perhaps he was expecting it after a few balls had been banged in back of a length.
So it's Senan.
Oh, and a bit of a false start.
A false start. Try again. So
Left arm over the wicket, and it'll be interesting to see now, will he employ the cutters? Will he be going attacking the stumps? You can see now that there's a bit more of a leg side balance to the field here. Deep square, deep fine leg, long on, long off, and the deep cover in the ring, then a short third, point, extra cover, and mid wicket.
it's Senan to Stephen Doheny, who's on 142 not out.
Oh, and that's right in the slot, and that has gone onto the roof and bouncing back, and we'll see if it comes down into the car park. Yep, 6 runs.
That was a wonderful stroke. We already, you wouldn't know this, Rowan, but the ladder is in place.
Oh.
It is in place. There is a ladder there if they need it. Oh no, it rolled onto the car park.
There we go.
Rolled onto the car park.
Straight back to Senan, so he can go again, but I don't think that's what he would have intended. But yeah, 5 balls here.
Well, he's gone back of a length, and that ball will
Just clear the
about,
boundary. That's that
just
short
about.
short side of the ground there, and it's just that overcorrection.
And that is 150 up for Stephen Doheny, 154 off 130 deliveries. That was his 6-6 to go along with 15 fours. And Well, brilliant batting from him, making life very difficult for Cork Harlequins. Senan Jones running in again. That's in the air. Fielder sets himself
And that's the
takes
wicket.
the catch. Matt Brewster taking the catch at long on. That brings to an end a magnificent century from Stephen Doheny. 154 off 130 deliveries. Very selfless there, the way he departed. Looking to go down the ground. International goes for 154.
Is Swapnil's joining Sam Harbinson at the crease. It was a good catch there from Matt Brewster.
Yeah,
just on the edge of the boundary here. It was up about. Interested to know whether that was where he was trying to bowl. It looked a little bit straighter, do you think? Cramped him?
Yeah, a fraction straighter. It looked like the batter was going to try and keep going. But, no, well bowled there from Senan. Got his man. Good catch from Matt Brewster. Swapnil now out to the middle to join Sam Harbison.
That's a good Yorker.
Good Yorker. Good Yorker length delivery there from Senan.
Oh, that's a
That's a
no
no
ball.
ball
And
call.
it's a big
That's-
six. That's a big hit. It's going to be a free hit as well to follow, so that's not what will have been wanted.
Yeah, big stroke there from Swapnil, second ball. And it's a no ball as well, so this will be a free hit. So just a bit of communication there between the scorer and the umpire to figure out how many to come. There's 2 deliveries to come, and this is the free hit. And it's well bowled.
Yeah.
Good. Very well bowled from Senan. There's always a lot of pressure on the bowler for those free hits, knowing you can't take a wicket and knowing where to bowl, but just sticking to the basics there. Senan getting his Yorker in.
Yeah, it's tricky on this ground to defend in the last 10. Short, straight boundaries and quite a flat pitch.
And again, good result there from Senan. And that is over bowled. 46 overs done, 335 for the loss of 3 wickets. 4 to go. So it'll be interesting to see how Cork Harlequins finish out. Zubair Hassan Khan has 1 left, Senan Jones has 2. So thank you all for joining in. Thank you to Joseph O'Mahony, your broadcast director. Thank you very much to our match sponsor, John Buss, with Dapt Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. And thank you to Ruan for coming on, doing a few vocals for us.
My pleasure, and it really is turning into a lovely day here. I mean, the one thing that will be in Cork Harlequins' favour is that this... oh my goodness, I'm just being shown here the score in Rush. Rush finished on 415 for 9, and that was in a 40 over side match. So 415 off 40 overs. I assume that's in Rush as Matt Brewster comes to finish his spell. And there's a chance for a catch here out in the deep. Oh, it's a brilliant effort, but it's been palmed away, and they are going to complete the second. There was Jack Buss out there, really great effort. Had to sprint round to his left and dive full length. And
yeah, he was at full length, absolutely. Rowan, great effort. Great effort. He had a lot of ground to cover, got his hands to it, just couldn't quite hold on. 2 runs taken by Swapnil. So that's now 337 runs now. And you Feel as though Marion have licensed, and the scoop shot is out.
It's actually well bowled from Matt Brewster. Just seemed to see it there, take the pace off. Batsman managed to adjust and sort of flick it round the corner more than scoop it, but just a single. So actually not a bad start to the over here. He has the long boundary to bowl to, so I imagine it'll be into the pitch a bit more and trying to get the batsman playing across the line.
And again into the pitch, and a dot ball. Very well bowled there from Matt Brewster. Only 3 runs off the first 3 deliveries, but it's interesting you say there, Rowan, that into the pitch length is not a bad option in these death overs.
At this end, at any rate, it's harder from the near end as we sit here, just because that boundary is shorter, square. But Matt is bowling well here to his field. And
swung into the leg side. And they will be able to complete that second run. As you say, Ron, it's a long boundary out there. It was Jack Buss with the throw back in.
He's been exemplary out there, has Jack. Really putting in the hard yards for the team. He's out in the shade. I'm sure he wouldn't mind being out in the sun here somewhere. It's feeling like a summer day, Eric.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to have the sun. There always has been a bit of shade over that side of the ground, especially later on in the day, when the shadows from those trees start to stretch across the ground. Again, Matt Brewster into the pitch. Straight to Jack Buss this time, meaning the batters can only take 1 run. A really good over so far. 6 runs from it with 1 to go. He'll be looking to finish strong here.
Yeah, no, he's bowled well, Matt, and he's just going to finish it out here. It's going to be another ball, I imagine, into the pitch and forcing the batsman to hit out to the deep. There's 2 men out there waiting for it. That's well bowled, and it's a dot ball, sort of swipe across the line, flooded into the batsman's body, and that finishes Matt's spell. So he's finished it 10 overs, 0 for 80.
Very good death over there. No boundary in that final over. It's 47 overs gone now. 3 to go, 341 for the loss of 3 wickets. And I think the plan will be is that Senin is going to finish from this end. He's got 2 overs to go.
we're just hearing reports from the ground there that it's getting warm out there. Players are beginning to feel the fatigue, and it's hard. 47 overs in.
Real-time feedback there.
And that's a handy little low full toss driven out to long off. You can see the plan for Senin here is really to go full and trying to get the batsman to hit the fielders here long on, long off, and presumably deep cover.
Without a doubt, Senin, of course, taking the wicket of Stephen Doheny, will be looking to take a few more, but not on that occasion. That's 4 runs down the ground. Hit hard, and it's a short boundary hitting towards the clubhouse. Good strong shot there from Swabnell.
Yeah, and it's just difficult at this stage. Batsmen have licence, and it's just hard to know what can the bowler do here. He's just got to keep him plugging away.
Setting himself to hit to the short boundary, and he does so successfully on that occasion. Again, very difficult for the bowler in this situation. The batter moving across his stumps to access the leg side.
Interestingly, just the Senin just comes up to bowl here again. And that's well bowled, just getting the batsman to drive it out to long on for a single. But interestingly, discussions between the fielders there about trying to bowl it a bit wider, get the batsman into the long boundary. But that ball, we've been reported to us live there, was about 6th stump, so the batsman did well to get it around to backward square.
Well, the batter stayed still on that occasion, hitting the ball straight down to long off. That's Mushtaq there, who fields and throws it back in. It's interesting, Ruan, the batters moving across their crease, either towards the onside or the leg side to try and access areas of the field. In this case, moving across their stumps to access the leg side.
Yeah, it makes it tricky for the bowlers.
It does, for sure. That's a full toss. The fielder's coming round. It's Matt Brewster.
Put
Great
in a
effort.
big dive, but it's just snuck past them there, just out of reach. Another boundary to end the over. Another difficult over. 3 boundaries from it. And, Cork Harlequins, scores already over 350 with 2 overs to go. So it's going to be a tall order in the second innings.
Absolutely. 48 overs done, 356 for the loss of 3 wickets. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Club Sportscast TV. And be sure to share the link and to comment in the comment box, and we'll give you a shout out if you do so. And also a big thank you to Dapt Cricket, our match day sponsors, sponsoring this broadcast. Artificial wickets for Irish cricket. That is, of course, John Buss to contact there. So thank you very much to John.
Zubair's coming back to finish out a spell. 1 over left. Sam has smacked that out to once again in that gap between deep square leg and deep mid wicket for a 2, despite and they're going to push for
Buzzers.
a third here, and they're going to get it as I think the fielders must be feeling quite tired at this stage. It's another 3 to Sam Harbison.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. The ball just sneaking past Shivam, and the batter's coming back for a third. But as you say, Rowan, is tiring work out there.
Oh, that's a good shot from Swapnell. He's done well there. He's managed to manufacture that. I think it was outside off stump, and he sort of whipped it with his wrists straight back past the bowler to that short straight boundary there. Just straight of long on. So it looked like quite a decent delivery, to be honest. I don't know if that's the plan to go full, but
over the offside this time, and we'll wait for the umpire's signal to see was that 4 or 6. It was a 6, so a big hit over the offside. Again, just freeing his arms was the batter, Swabnell, and getting the maximum result.
It's interesting that they appear to have gone very much away from the plan that worked in the previous over, which was bowling into the pitch and getting them hit into the deep square leg region. Zubair has bowled 2 quite full deliveries outside off stump and has been larruped over a mid-off for 6.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very good point. And the scoop is out this time from Swabnell. Gets a toe end on it. Races back for 2. And that is what they will settle with. So again, an innovative stroke, not quite coming off that occasion, but does yield 2 runs. Yeah, it's very interesting, Ruan. They've gone away from this back of a length tactic.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know why. 2 balls left in Zubair's spell here.
That's full again. Whipped into the leg side. Straight to the fielder, though.
Jack Buss once again whipping that throw in over the top. He's had a lot of work to do out there in the last few overs, and he's covered a lot of ground, I'd say. But we don't have one of those trackers.
The trackers on your back. Those
to check the mileage.
Yeah. And all the other gizmos. So last ball of this over then. The penultimate over of the innings. And that's an inside edge. A cry of anguish from the bowler. It will race away for 4. 49 overs done, 376 for the loss of 3 wickets, and that really is heartbreak for the bowler right there. He's running in, doing his best, and the inside edge of the bat flies past the leg stump and into the boundary rope for 4. It's frustrating, absolutely.
And Zubair showing it, kicking the turf. Sending to finish out here. It's been a long day in the dirt for these bowlers.
That's a back of a length delivery. Pulled into the leg side for 4 more. That's Swabnell this time. Partnership moves on beyond 50. Worth 53 now. 380 for 3. And
Swapnil really has come in and given a lot of impetus to these last few overs. I mean, Sam Harbison is 45 off 25. Swapnil's 40 off 15. So really very impressive. As Senin comes into bowl again. Up to the stumps now. And that's a good Yorker. And just toe ended out to long on here. So I think a bit of a relief here for Senin. Swapnil's really taken to him here. It's been difficult. It's hard at this stage of the game.
Very difficult, yeah.
But you just wonder, I wonder, will they put a man out in the deep at this stage, deep mid-wicket? Since that's just where they're targeting now. Oh, it's a no ball. Despite, it's going to be 2 runs, is it? No, just the signal to go with the no ball. And
a lot happened there. So the no ball, the ball was hit out to long off. I think it was palmed away from Matt Brewster on the long on fence.
I was saying he did hear the no ball call, which is why he didn't go for the catch, just making sure he got his body behind it.
Yeah.
So this is very difficult now for the bowler. He's putting himself under a bit of pressure here.
It's been a long day out there for the Munster team, and Marion have shown their class all the way through. A good delivery there from Senin, and the ball
well
has
fielded,
been put off.
very well fielded by Matt Brewster, cutting that down to 2 there. And interestingly, they have indeed put out the deep mid wicket. You'd wonder if they could have gone with it a bit earlier, but Senin Jones now just has 3 balls left. Apologies, there's a no ball. So there's still a chance that they're going to be chasing 400 here. It's a tall order. Is that another no ball?
Well,
it's going to be a 6 just over the top. Batsman advanced down the wicket there, so I assume that's why it's not going to be a no ball for above waist high.
Yeah, for sure. Just quick look over to the square leg umpire. No signal from him, but I agree with you, Rowan. That deep mid wicket fielder, they've held off a while.
Yeah,
on putting them out there.
There's clearly been a plan to try and bowl across the batsman, but he's it's another good shot. Whipped it around the corner there. He's advancing. He's staying back. He's fully on top, and that's 50 to Swapnil. And double quick time after only 19 balls. 395 for 3 now. One chance, one more ball here to get it over 400. Very, very difficult for chase that down.
Yeah.
But I suppose Cork Harlequins, they'll be hoping the pitch will have flattened out a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Last delivery then for Senin. And it's down the ground. And it's 4 runs, so it wasn't cut off by long on. So we think it is 399 for the loss of 3 wickets. Brilliant batting performance by Marion, and a tough day out there for Cork Harlequins.
Oh no, certainly. It's and just here you hear a few claps as the players leave the field. No, it's been very difficult for them. Tiring, painful, but they stuck at it. They couldn't do anything else. They didn't let the heads go down, and they'll have 40 minutes now to get replenished and to come back out. Hear the roller starting up behind us.
They've fired up the engines behind us. And with that, we're going to take a break. Rowan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Eric.
Absolute pleasure. Go on and get yourself a cup of tea there.
Perfect.
Good man, thanks, Rowan. So you can just hear the roller there in the background. I can throw it up there. Thank you. Thank you to Ruan there for joining us for his commentary. And so, just to go through that again. 399 for for 3 is what Marion have made. Thank you all so much for all your comments. There's KCFFC, damn wet patch. Yeah, no worries, we got that sorted. Turbo Tony, thank you Tony for joining us. Great commentary, guys. Thank you very much. And Sharad, thanks Joe and Eric. No worries at all. We're going to take a quick break. Before we do so, to go for the second innings of this match, just a quick shout out. Thank you very much to Club Sportscast TV. Be sure to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel and to use all your social media ways to promote the channel, etc., etc. And also a big thank you to our sponsor of this broadcast, that is Dapt Cricket. You can find Dapt Cricket on Twitter using the hashtag handle of the same name, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. So thank you very much to Dapt Cricket. Right, 399 for the loss of 3 wickets. Merrion Cricket Club have put up against Kerr Harlequins, and join us in about half an hour to 40 minutes time for the second innings, where Kerr Harlequins will be chasing 400 to win.
And welcome back to Farmers Cross for the second innings here with between Merrion and Cork Harlequins. In the first innings, Merrion amassed 399. We'll give you a scorecard for that there. Jack Carty with 56 off 80 balls. Stephen Doheney, 154 off 131 balls with 15 fours and 6 sixes. A masterclass out there today. John Anderson had a quick fire 56, 3 fours and 4 sixes. Sam Harbison, 46 off 26 with 5 fours and 2 sixes. And a great knock by Swapnil Modgill, 57 off 20 with 7 fours and 3 sixes. So they have 399 for 3. And top of the bowlers for Cork Harlequins. Let's go down there through that. Zubair Hassan Khan, 10 overs, 1 for 73. Senan Jones, 10 overs, 1 for 86. Ryan Joyce, 10 overs, 1 for 46. And Matthew Brewster, 10 overs, none for 80. There were 30 extras with 21 wides. So a fantastic innings by the Merrion crowd. And coming out to bat here now, I see Adam Hickey and Jack Buss. So we'll be getting going there now in 2 minutes. And welcome back to Rodder's Cotter. After a little break, did you have any of the lunch?
Just a small bit.
Oh, it was gorgeous, wasn't it?
Really nice.
My mouth
really
is
nice.
hot now. Bit of a curry, and there was everything there, really, wasn't there? Fair play to Mary Jones for providing the food, and we're looking at some lovely cakes now.
So a very warm welcome back. Be sure to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, Club Sportscast TV. Keep trying to promote our channel the best you can. It's much appreciated. And also a big thank you to our broadcast sponsor, that is Dapt Cricket. Artificial wickets for Irish cricket. It has a good ring to it. Be sure if you have any queries to contact John, and a big thank you to John for sponsoring this broadcast. That's Dapt Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Looks like it's going to be Mohammed Sayan for Merrion to open up the bowling. Of course, we've seen Mohammed Sayan in Galway colours as well. Sainan in Galway colours as well, playing for Merrion today. We wish him the best of luck. He's running into bowl. The first delivery to Jack Buss.
A roar from the crowd there for a no ball, but just underneath Jack Buss's hips.
I think it was wishful thinking there from the crowd. So it's Jack Buss to open up the batting. He's going to be kept company out there by Adam Hickey. Mohammed Sayan for Merrion. Sainan for Merrion to open up the bowling. Crashed into his pad, sliding a long way down leg side. So Merrion amassed, as Joe correctly put it there a moment ago, 399 runs. The star batter, the Irish and Northwest Warrior player, Stephen Doheney, 154 off 130 deliveries, 15 fours and 6 sixes. So Cork Harlequins have a very big task ahead of them. Going to be a tall order for Cork Harlequins. Let's see how they get on. Again, crashing into the pads. No appeal, which means that that ball was sliding a long way down the leg side. Of course, Merrion Cricket Club are a Leinster senior team, and they sure are showing that today they've played extremely well. A Premier Division side is what I meant to say. Slip in a gully waiting. And he's bowled him through the gate. Mohammed Sainan with the breakthrough for Marion. Jack Boss has been bowled. Just the start Marion were looking for. The start that Cork Harlequins were not looking for. The first wicket is down with no runs on the board. Jack Boss goes for no run.
I'll be honest, he should have defended that ball. Rodgers, he was just trying to drive that downtown, but unfortunately he got a puncture and couldn't recover.
Very, very descriptive, but very hard as well for the batters in these type of situations. They're chasing 400 runs, and it's a very difficult place for them to be. Very unfortunate there for Jack. But replacing him is Mubin Ali. Mubin Ali had played an instrumental part for Cork Harlequins in their 2021 T20 senior run, and he'll be looking to play a crucial part in today's match as well. So one delivery to go. Mohammed Sainan getting the breakthrough for his team. So, still not off the mark, our Cork Harlequins. And that's the way it will remain. Brilliant bowling from Mohammed Sainan. 1 over done. Cork Harlequins are no run for the loss of 1 wicket. No run for 1 wicket. Cork Harlequins off to the worst possible start, and life isn't about to get any easier as ex-Irish international Max Sorensen is going to open up the bowling from the clubhouse end of the ground. Mohammed Sainan from the city end and Max Sorensen from the clubhouse end. Sliding down the leg side for a wide ball, and away go Cork Harlequins on their pursuit of 400 runs. Adam Hickey. So it's Adam Hickey who is on strike. Played into the leg side. Well played there from Adam. Fielded there by John Anderson at mid-on. That will bring Mubin on strike. Tall order here for Cork Harlequins Cricket Club. A quick scoring ground though, a fast outfield, and a pitch that has improved as the day has gone on. Interesting. I was out there during the break of innings, and the surface, a straw-coloured surface, even covering of grass, and not a divot in sight. A pitch that really has flattened out, and now is a joy to bat on. It's a testament to the people who have worked on it long and hard, the ground staff here at Cork Harlequins. And good carry through there to the wicketkeeper Stephen Doheny, as Mubin Ali leaves that outside the off stump. We'll go through the field there for Marion. Plenty of runs to play with. so they can afford to attack as much as they please. There's 2 slips, a gully waiting in the slip cordon. Played into the offside for no run. 2 slips, a gully, a point fielder, a mid-off fielder. There's also a cover in between the 2 as well. There's a mid-on and a square leg with the 1 man out. That's a fine leg. So Max running in. That's wait for the umpire's signal. Sounded like pad, and it is pad. So that's a leg by. So Mubin Ali won't get off strike. Fielded there by the fine leg fielder Mohamed Sainan, who took the wicket in the first over. As Max runs in again. Nice and full from Max. It's interesting with so many runs on the boards that these Merriam bowlers can really gamble with their lines and lengths. They can afford to go for a few runs in the search of boundaries. So it looks like these 2 bowlers will be targeting those stumps. And that will bring to an end the second over. It's 3 for the loss of 1 wicket. Mohamed Sainan to continue from the city end. Drifts onto the pads. Played through the leg side. The chase is on. And the ball will win. The ball raced across the outfield there. The first boundary for Kerr Harlequins comes courtesy of the bat of Mubin Ali. A good looking shot from him all along the ground. And the first boundary and for Kerr Harlequins. So, in reaction to that boundary, the square leg fielder will now stay out on the long fence. The square leg boundary, it's quite a long way out there, and Joe is still here with me. Played into leg side, so a mid wicket is now in place. He's come out of second slip. A bit odd. One would have thought that Merriam would have kept attacking, but not quite. And we have an update.
Yeah, we just let's quickly go through the scores in a few seconds' time for the Irish Senior Cup. Some games, a lot of games still being played this time of the day, 5 o'clock in the day. Good start for Marion Rodders with a wicket in the first over. Jack Buss trying to push that from the start, and unfortunately he failed to... There's this Sweet Caroline is being sung in the ground.
A good rendition of it, yes.
Allegedly.
So it'll be interesting to see what lengths Mohamed Sainan bowls here. A slip and a gully waiting. And that's a wide down leg side.
He tends to bowl middle and leg a lot down here, doesn't he?
Yeah, attacks the stumps.
Yeah.
Attacks the stumps.
So I'll just keep going through after this next ball.
I agree with you, Joe. A lot of games going on. Of course, it was a 12:30 start for the majority of the games. Of course, it was a 1:45 start here. And that's much better there from Sainan. On target. Bowling fifth stump. And too close to cut for Mubin. And it's a dot ball through to the keeper.
Well, so Fox Lodge scored 151 in reply. The Hills are 20 for 1. CNSI are 38 for 1, chasing 248.
Well, looks like this surface is starting to flatten out, as we said previously. The ball is no longer sitting in the pitch as it did earlier on, and that can happen early doors. All credit to the groundsman there. Outside the off stump, lots of oohs and ahs. But at the end of the day, it is a dot ball. 4 runs coming from that over. Sorry, 5 runs coming from that over. It is 8 for the loss of 1 wicket, Joe.
So YMCA scored a 233 and Coleraine in reply are 28 for 1. Waringstown are 12 for none off 2.2 overs, with New Building scoring 98. So Waringstown looking to chase down that total in under 20 overs, I would imagine. Cork County, I think there is rain in Ardmore. We're in Derry. The Ardmore scored 248 for 8, and Cork County have yet to start their inning. Well, they've no run off 1.2 overs, and there's Brigade scored 151, Pembroke are 60 for 6, so it might be a bit of a shock on the cards there. Still in play there, and
down the leg side again for a wide ball. A couple of wides now from this end from Max Sorensen.
And finally, Instonians scored 216 for 8, and it's at innings break. Rudders.
Thank you, Joe. Played into the offside for no run. It's interesting, Joe, in the first innings, both Jack Carty and Stephen Doheny took their time, didn't they? So just to get used to conditions, getting used to the pitch, and one would imagine that the same is happening here.
Maybe, maybe not, Rudders.
In the air and taken by Jack Carty at extra cover. Good catch there from him. Adam Hickey driving uppishly. Perishes for 1. And the task of chasing down 400 is diminishing by the ball. Adam Hickey goes for 1. Cork Harlequins are 8 for 2. Bit of a soft dismissal there, Joe.
Very much so. But now comes Ryan Joyce, and Cork Harlequins will be hoping that Ryan, who's a good bit of form, will be bringing that into this game.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. Ryan Joyce coming to the middle. Adam Hickey dismissed for 1. Caught Jack Carty bowled. Sorry, the fall of wicket was 9 and not 8. There was a wide ball down leg side. So Cork Harlequins 9 for 2. Halfway through the 4th over. Back up against the walls now. Ryan Joyce taking guard. Mubin Ali at the other end. Max Sorensen to bowl. Crashes into the pad. A half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps. Umpire early has no hesitation in shaking his head. As you say, Joe, bit of form for Ryan Joyce, and he'll be looking to go out there and enjoy himself.
And he likes to hit the ball, and he likes to accumulate runs, so let's see if we can do it today.
See over to our left, people getting a good vantage point up on the roof. It's a good place to watch the game, actually, as that slides down leg side. And this time the batters will come through for 1. So that's a wide ball and the single taken. So 2 wides there. Difficult take for Stephen Doheny, who of course has been batting for over 40 overs now as well. So then putting the gloves on to do a bit of keeping can't be easy. Nice looking stroke through extra cover. Fielder should haul it in though. That's the man who caught it, Tom. The batters take 2. And there's 1 to come in this over. A couple of wide balls. Going to be a very difficult task, this, Joe. Run rate already above a run a ball. Started at 8s. So going to be very challenging for the Munster side. And the dot ball to finish the over. 4 overs gone. My apologies. It's 13 for 1. Be sure to like and subscribe to the Club Sportscast YouTube channel. It's 13 for 2. Their 2 wickets have fallen. Must get myself a pair of Specsavers glasses, I think, Joe. I'm struggling to read the monitor at the moment.
Not to worry. You've been commentating for over 3 hours, Brothers. I think you can have 1 or 2 little ones.
So be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, promote the channel as best you can, so we'll live stream some more matches. And, well, a bit of the umpires are stepping in here. Just a couple of words exchanged there. Not too sure there's much need for this, to be honest. The game has been played in a very good spirit so far, and it would be not great for that to be missed. Not too sure who said what, but the umpires have stepped in. They've called a stop to it, which is the way it should be, and let's hope that that's the last time that there'll be any words like that, I suppose you could say, but very odd. Haven't really seen it coming. So Mohamed Sainan then to run in and bowl his 3rd over. Has already taken a wicket to Ryan Joyce. Cut away from Ryan, fielded by Jack. Full delivery from Mohamed Sainan. Something Joe referred to earlier on, that Sainan likes to bowl full, likes to bowl on the stumps. And that will be the plan, one would imagine. Now, again, the umpire has stepped in and has given a stern word to the batter. So, as I said earlier on, let's hope that won't become a thing and that we can get on with the game. Played into the leg side. Bit of a back of a length delivery there from Sainan. Great position for bowlers to be in. Batters having to try to take them on with the run rate of 8.5 and rising. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Rodgers, no, you're right with that. There's no pressure on Sainan to, anything. No pressure on him. I think the umpires.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on out there.
I don't know.
It seems a bit needless, to be honest.
Correct.
And pulled into the leg side. There is a man back. Marion choosing to have that man back. And also a fine leg as well. So protecting the boundary early, utilising the 2 men outside the ring. As Ryan gets off the mark, pulling that ball into the leg side. Mubi Ali just taking strike now, batting number 3 for Cork Harlequins. Mohammed Sainan, he would be familiar with this ground, playing with County Galway. Drifts onto the pad, flicked away to fine leg. Fielded down there by Max Sorensen as Mubin gets off strike. Well, a very difficult situation for as a good as position it is for the Merriam bowlers, a difficult one for the Harlequins batters. They know that they have to try and kick on to minimum of 2, if not 3 boundaries, and that's very well fielded. That would have been out by a long way. Brilliant fielding there at point by Jack Carty. Great fielding to stop the extra cover drive from Ryan Joyce. Great presence of mind to pick it up and throw it in. Mubin would have been gone by a long way. However, he didn't hit the stumps. The single was taken. Ryan will keep strike. 5 overs done. It's 16 for the loss of 2 wicket. Cork Harlequins chasing 400 runs to win.
If Harlequins are to achieve the impossible task of chasing down basically 400 runs, it hasn't helped that the 2 openers are gone in pretty much 2 or 3 overs.
That's a wide down the leg side.
Max is a bit off target today, isn't he?
Yeah, 1 or 2 down leg side. But yeah, I agree with you, Joe. It's that they have to sit in and try and put some sort of partnership together, play every ball on its merit, as that keeps a little bit low. I think Ryan Joyce was looking for the umpire to call a wide ball there. Didn't happen. And a dot ball through to the wicketkeeper. It's worth noting that this surface has flattened out, so good for batting. Hopefully the rain will stay away and that Cork Harlequins and Merriam won't have to come off the field for rain again outside the off stump for a dot ball. It was actually in the first innings, I thought, Joe, it was really nice to see the batters take their time on what were tricky conditions to bat in, to take their time to respect the good ball, to leave the ball outside the off stump and put the bad ball away. And I think Cork Harlequins can learn an awful lot from that. Flicked in the air, just out of reach of the square leg fielder. It was a brilliant effort. That young man there at square leg diving away to his right. That ball kind of bit into the surface ever so slightly. Came a bit higher than what Ryan Joyce expected.
Bit of a top edge, do you think?
Yeah,
Ladders?
yeah. One run taken. And that's a wide outside the off stump. Yeah, just getting the radar intact.
I think wides are now top scorer.
You'd find that very common in a
Munster.
lower division match where the top
Can't go
scorer
out
is.
of that. Lower division, Munster, Premier, every division at this stage.
That's a fair point.
It's
yeah.
in fact it's awful.
W. Ides top scorer so far for Cork Harlequins.
Yeah, I've seen scorebooks with 60 extras, 45 wides. In fact, one game there down in Kerry, I played on a beach, I do believe. Kerry chased down 100 total, with 60 of them were extras.
Hard job being an umpire. And a wide ball again. But yeah, it obviously is, in games where there's fine margins, the extras do determine outcomes of matches.
Completely.
So, so just something to keep an eye on. Cork Harlequins bowled a fair few wides. Dot ball outside the off stump. Good crowd building, as we've mentioned before. A few people have now actually jumped up onto the roof here of the clubhouse. So let's hope they're being safe up there. Yes, they are being safe, I've just been told. They don't try any parkour moves or anything like that. Well, that ball misbehaved. Slightly must have hit something out there. The two batters striding down the pitch, but in general it has been a wonderful surface to play on in early May. And one would imagine that here in Farmers Cross and all over the country that the surfaces will be improving as the weather gets better and as we get that heavy roller out onto the squares of Ireland. On target there from Max Sorensen. Mubi Nally keeps it out. 6 overs done. Cork Harlequins move on to 22 for the loss of 2 wickets. And we're going to say goodbye to Joe just for a while. We'll talk to you later on. Yeah, and joining us in the commentary position is John Buss. So just making his way into the seat there. And John, how are things?
Yeah, hi
Good.
Rodders. Hi Joe, just walking away there eating his cake lunch. Yeah.
So good to have you here, John. Mohammed Sainan running in. That's a wide down the leg side, just waiting for the signal from the umpire. So that was a wide down leg side as Sainan is in again. Ryan Joyce playing that through the offside for a dot ball. Of course, these two would have played against each other in the Munster Senior Cup final last year. Mohammed Sainan would have been representing Galway. So a very warm welcome to the commentary position, John. You've been watching proceedings from the boundary rope. What has your assessment been of the day so far?
Well, it's a tough job for Harlequins. Ryan running that down. Run. Oh, and a run out.
Oh, and that's out.
Yeah.
So it happened very, I suppose.
I think what happened there, Mabeen wasn't quite quick enough down. That was Mabeen's not been playing many of the first team games this year so far, so I think Ryan there was just expecting a little bit quicker from his running partner. That was like a predetermined get off the mark and rotate the strike, and I think it caught Mabeen out a little bit. I'm surprised he didn't send him back, to be honest.
Yeah, almost kind of a muted celebration. Almost not much was said.
Yeah, I think the batsman was the wicket keeper was surprised. The umpire at square leg was surprised. The non-strike batsman who got run out was surprised, and I think even Ryan was surprised when he turned around and saw that he was out. That's not good. It just made Harlequin's job even harder. Yeah,
absolutely. That it kind of took us by surprise, to be honest. We couldn't believe what happened. It was I was looking out there and I saw Mubeen was out of his ground. I saw Stephen Doheny had the ball in his gloves, taking the bails off, and I was wondering, was the ball even live? But it was live. It caught
me by surprise. I was still looking at Joe eating his marble cake. So
we're back up to date now, though.
And I think that's Devon just come in, Devon Joyce, the Joyce brothers at the crease. Both of them joined Harlequins last year and had a pretty big impact straight away with the team. With the treble-winning season.
And that's well fielded there in the gully. Devon Joyce facing his first delivery. That's a dot ball. So I suppose a very muted celebration. Took everyone by surprise. But Mubi Nally has been run out. The score is 23 for the loss of 3 wickets halfway through the 7th over. And I guess if I'm going to ask you the question again, John, it's going to be even worse again if you're a Cork Harlequins fan. Well, just as we say it, that ball has been edged through first slip and gully. A stroke of luck there for Ryan Joyce. 4 runs to him, and haven't been having much luck.
No, they all count, Rodders.
But they all count. They all count. 4 runs.
4 runs, they all count. Yeah, they're up against it. I had a quick look at the Duckworth-Lewis at half-time, and we were thinking, no, if it was a 20-over game, it was just 125 for no wickets. I think Duckworth-Lewis now is up to well into the 200s at 20 overs now. What I've noticed different is that the opening bowlers here from Merion seem to be bowling a slightly fuller length. Harlequins were all the way through the quicks, were bowling a back of a length and trying to keep the fielders out at square. But I think that Merion seem to be bowling fuller. Definitely in their outfielders now. I'm just looking at this, a deep backward square and deep fine leg. So they're definitely bowling a line across at the pads and full.
7 overs in the books. It's 27 for 3. Cork Harlequins off to not a great start, it has to be said. And a great start for Merion, of course, taking 3 wickets in the first 10 overs. And as you say, the Duckworth-Lewis has now jumped right up. But it's interesting what you said there, John, about the fuller length. It's Merion have the licence to do that with so many runs on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking a risk with the short, straight boundaries here, but it's clearly that they're trying to target the pads and defending behind square on the leg side.
Max Sorensen from the clubhouse end, ex-Irish international. So that's played into the leg side there from Ryan. Mohammed Sainan with the ball in. That's very close. Given not out. That looked close from where I was, John.
Yeah, but Ryan's quick between the wickets there. So I think he backed himself to get back for that one. He fancies a big score. He's got his head down. You can see it. You can see it. He's focused. That's probably the kiss of death for him, the next ball, isn't it?
You wouldn't be the first, John, today to give someone the kiss of death. But good running there between these two. That was Ryan Joyce there picking himself up 2 runs. Well fielded from Mohammed Sainan. Not easy, running in, bowling an over and then having to sprint around there at fine leg to field it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to take back to Joe's commentary just before I came in when he was maligning, I think, Munster cricket with the wides. I think in experience, I think Munster generally have stricter wides than other provinces. That's controversial.
Well, there we go. It's because looking through scorecards just down the years, wides tend to be quite high, but as you say, there is that caveat as that will be a wide. So just to kind of dive into that more, is there more leniency in other cricket unions?
Well, obviously, I'm not speaking for Munster Cricket anymore, so I'm no longer the operations manager down here. But I've seen a lot of games in the Championship and the 4th tier in Leinster, plus the Interpros. And that there is generally, I think we are a lot harsher. I mean, speaking as someone who plays minor cricket in Munster, I often feel very hard done by. Nice single there from Ryan. Knocked it to cover and was away. Assumed his brother was going to run hard.
Yeah, good looking stroke there, but well fielded at mid-off. It's Merion still throwing themselves around. They don't tend to. I have a feeling they're a team who they don't look at the scoreboard.
It's diving a little bit, but as I said, they're bowling fuller. They're not banging it into the track, and I think that cost Harlequins an awful lot of runs in the first innings. There was a lot of banging the ball in, and these quality batsmen were just. Donny was just putting it away. It was beautiful to watch, to be honest.
And I was just going to reference that innings, 154 off 130 deliveries, as that delivery slides down the leg side for a wide ball. It was a great innings, and for a spectator, it was wonderful to watch. How much it was a really enjoyable innings to watch. What was your
there was one where I think he was facing the road and he just put his knee down and just picked the ball up and smacked it over Kelcorn. I thought that was a fantastic shot of the day, really.
There was a couple of candidates, weren't there?
Yeah. Oh, that was a nice looking shot.
Well, that Devin Joyce gets the opportunity to drive through the covers. He does so, and that's 4 runs to him. His second boundary. A bit more convincing than the edge through the slip cordon in the last over. A much more positive shot from him, and that will give him a lot of confidence.
I think that was the first stroke maker's boundary of the innings so far. I mean, there's plenty of runs out there. It's quick. The outfield is really quick. I mean, 400's a big score, big score. But we were thinking at the start of this game, anything with around 300 would have been par, and 350, not a bad score. No, sorry, not a bad score. Obviously, 350 is not a bad score. No, 350 is not unlikely to be achieved. And yeah, quality batsmen in the first innings showed that. They got stuck into it. So some of the bowling was a bit there to be hit. But you know, Harlequins, there's still hope. This Harlequins team bats all the way down to number 11, and there's some pretty heavy hitters of the ball to come in. The Hassan Khans, looking forward to seeing them later on. Hopefully, much later on, not in the next 10 overs. But yeah, I think that there's, you know, it's not over yet. It's a tall order looking at 36 for free.
Yeah, for sure, and be sure to stay tuned in as well, to subscribe to the YouTube channel, leave us a comment as well. It's 36 for 6 off 8 overs. Mohammed Sainan to run in from the city end, flicked into the leg side. These two will be looking for 2, but it's well fielded by the young man out there. Keeps the batters to 1. Yeah, it's a big score, but I suppose, although there's a lot of pressure on the Harlequins batsmen, with such the required run rate as high as it is, starting to creep its way up to 9 runs and over now, but also an opportunity for them to express themselves against a top Marion side.
Yeah, in some respects, there's actually less pressure on them now. They're 3 wickets down. The 2 Joyce brothers there, they know they've got nothing to lose. Bat the next 10 overs, see what happens. Now, if Devon, of the 2, Ryan is an accumulator of runs but has some big scores in his batting locker. Devon is a much more, I suppose, to be described, brutal player. Plays hard and will just open up and go for it.
Oh, buzzers.
Yeah.
And that's 1 overthrow there. Marion won't be happy with that. They hold themselves to high standards, and that was just a slight lapse in concentration there.
I think their first mistake in the field. So.
Yeah.
Is that the pressure on them? They're seeing two set brothers here.
I would argue their first mistake of the day. They've been very good of this Marion side.
Oh.
That's a short delivery, pulled away. The fielder is making good ground out there. And a despairing dive, but the ball will win the race. 4 runs there to Ryan Joyce, his first boundary, and that was a good pull shot into the deep.
Yeah, that's textbook Ryan. Back foot, pull shot on the up, I suppose the way to describe it, between mid-wicket and cow corner. Yeah, that's his kind of shot, that's his slot. Well, the other slot is on the offside, and opposite, direct 180 degrees to that, through point.
Well, try to guide that ball on the offside. Couldn't beat Gully though for the dot ball.
Didn't call the quick single this time.
And that's another feature that of the first innings that it was, for me personally, was great to watch, was the singles that Marion pinched throughout the whole innings. It really was a thorn in the Harlequins side, as Harlequins' plan was to bowl dots. But the way Marion took their singles was brilliant skill and also great to watch. As sorry, I'm going to cut ahead of you there, John. Sorry about that.
No, I agree with that. I think Marion were actually, they picked their slots for singles and they were just so professional. They were able to access 2 or 3 little areas where if the ball wasn't on for the big shot, that they would just drop their hands on it, and then the single, and they ran it, and it was just so professional. And I think that is actually a sign of the difference I mean, I think we can talk about the difference between Munster. We were saying that what the Siam up there is, he's a bowler was bowling for Galway last year.
Yeah.
But the difference in quality between Leinster cricket and Munster cricket, top flight, you can see this, and it's a longer game. I mean, at the end of the day, this is pretty much the Harlequin side that beat this Merrion side 2 years ago in a T20 semi-final, All Ireland. But this is a 50 over, and I think the longer formats of the game gives that experience and professionalism a little bit more time to grow in the game. And they were just really professional. I mean, Donny, he's a class act. You can just see it the way he played. Now, to be fair, the lads have done exactly the same out there. They've dropped their hands on it into that little gap there on the onside and run the single.
Well, I was just going to say there, that was Devon there dropping the ball into the leg side for one, and a great quick single taken there by the two Joyces, but that's what Merrion were doing time in, time out. Class acts with Jack Carty and Stephen Doheny opening the batting. As it was a joy to watch, as that's a dot ball pushed into the leg side. It's an interesting can of worms you opened up there, John, about the difference. I won't call it the gulf between top flight and Leinster and top flight and Munster.
There is a class gap.
Yeah.
You know, the reality is it's all down to logistics and resources and where we are in cricket. Munster, we have 13 clubs. You've got the size and professionalism that is the Leinster cricket. It's an opportunity, and the reality is we had a big rule change coming this year with Leinster brought in a rule that you could only play for a Leinster club. You couldn't play for another club elsewhere in another province. And there were an awful lot of top Munster players who were playing in the Leinster competitions, the Leinster leagues, and they had to make a choice this year. And a lot of them chose Leinster. And that's in some respects, we will see by the end of the season, has that dropped the standard in Munster a little bit?
It's a very interesting point. You wonder, is that the case? All remains to be seen. The proof is in the pudding on that one. But yeah, and obviously, of course, Cork County as well. They're above an Ardmore. We'll keep tabs on that game as well, as that's played through the offside. Bit of a fumble by the point fielder, allowing Ryan come through for one run. Only 2 runs off this over. Max Sorensen, bowling from the clubhouse end, has found his line.
I was looking on a little quick update on the Ardmore and Cork County. I don't know if they've carried on playing, but I was looking at the radar just now, and there's a lot of rain up there for the next 2 hours. So that might not be concluded. Who knows? So if things go poorly for Harlequins here, there might still be a Munster team in this competition.
Are 44 for 3. $44 for 3. Ten overs gone, 44 for the loss of 3 wickets. The first power play is over, so now 4 men can disappear outside the 30-yard circle marked out there by discs. I don't think Merrion would be too concerned about that. There's a change of bowling. Mohammed Sayan's 5-over spell is done, and it's Seb District now. Looks like he's going to be bowling his leg spin. Ryan Joyce on strike. So Cork Harlequins Quite behind the rate at this point. The required run rate is just below 9, so it's about 2 boundaries and over at the minimum. So Marion well ahead in this game. So Seb District.
If you're a leg spinner and you want to come on in a 50 over game on grass to play a bowl, now's the time you want to do it.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
He's quite flat leggy as well, and he's getting his hand over the ball and it's skipping on a bit on that surface.
So that was Ryan Joyce there. He moves on to 13. Devin Joyce is on 10. And Marion encouraging the bowler. That was short, and this one was put away. Devin Joyce rocking onto the back foot, cutting it hard to the cover boundary. 4 more.
Yeah, and I think the crowd is going to get behind him because Devin's an exciting player to watch. Generally, once he gets his eye in, it's one shot at boundary.
Yeah, lots of support for the 2 Joyces out there.
Yeah, they've got a lot of relations with them here. They've been on the braai and a few tins and in the bar at half time.
Plenty of fizzy orange going round.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Obviously.
And pushed into the offside, fielded out there by Mohammed Sayan. Brings to an end the 11th over. It's now, we think, it's 54-3. So, of course, this is the scoreboard we have here is unofficial. The scorers away to our left-hand side have the proper scoreboard.
And to be fair, Rod, I was watching you and Joe working hard. It's actually quite a professional outfit to do the comms, the laptop with the scorer, monitoring the sounds, trying to cut out when people are coming along to say hello to you and shake hands, and you're in the middle of commentating. It's quite a professional outfit. So you'll be forgiven if the score goes awry a little bit here and there.
Thank you very much. A lot of moving parts, all right, but we try to keep it on track the best we can. I thought we were going to have a change of bowling there, John, but it's when the senior bowler, opening bowler, is asked to come out of the attack and wants to keep bowling, they kind of give the captain a nudge and go, just one more, one more.
I think so. I mean, his wides were the top scorer for Harlequins at one point, so perhaps he's trying to get them back on there. Oh, there's another one.
That's a wide ball, so Max Sorensen will continue.
I apologise for that, Max. I didn't mean any disrespect by it. I think could it be? I was watching him working. I'm sure it was on the foam roller earlier on, and he's probably someone who does bowl a set number of overs at the start, and that's the plan, and the plan is stuck to.
Played into the leg side, the square leg fielder fields. And I think as well, John, just on that, Marion came down here, they had a plan to get accustomed to conditions. They wouldn't have been familiar with this ground and with this surface, and the display that they've put on show here has been second to none. It's been top quality.
Yeah, it's been very professional. I was up at Marion for the All-Ireland semi-final. Oh, a lovely, glorious back foot, rocked back, cracked that through between cover and point.
Wonderful stroke there. That's a 4 for Devon, his 4th boundary already.
Yeah, I'm going to say that once he gets his eye in, which is after a couple of overs, it's pretty much boundary or bust from Devon. Exciting to watch. No, I think that, say when we were up at Marion for the semi-final 2 years ago, they were shocked after that defeat because I think they thought they'd controlled the game the whole way through and lost it in the last couple of overs. Spookily enough, the Harlequins lads never thought they were going to lose it all the way through. I mean, I was talking to them at half-time, talking to them during their innings. They never thought that they were going to lose it. They play like Cavaliers. They play one for all for one. So I think Marion have come down with the attitude, we're not losing this. They brought down a really strong side. There are occasions where some sides, in the first round of the Irish Cups, generally can't always field a particularly strong side for all sorts of reasons. But you can see it. They've come down. They've been professional. they wanted to win the toss and they wanted to put Harlequins in. That was their plan from the start. I was talking to their skipper. But once that they lost the toss, it was get through the first 10 overs. They look. We were sort of saying, were they nervous the first 10 overs because they're playing within themselves? But I think actually no. What they were doing was they were looking at the conditions and they were trying to set a base. We're not going to get out in 10 overs. And they just took the game away. And as I say, that back of a length bowling, they gave them a few more 4 balls to put away. They put away bad balls. If there was 1 or 2 full tosses that were just crunched away, and they were just very professional. And then in between, we've already talked. They rotated the strike, dropped their hands on the ball, take quick singles, and they batted and batted and batted. Now this is Harlequin short boundaries. The boundaries are really short straight. It's lightning fast outfield, so 350 is still achievable for Harlequins from this point. But 400, it's a big find it on. See, as an ex-Munster operations manager, our big thing for the last 2 years has been NV play. So I look at a screen like that, I expect to see it laid out like NV play. So I've not. This pitch vision is new to me, unfortunately. So I couldn't find it on the screen there. But yeah, 55 for free after 12 overs.
And it's Seb to carry on with his leg spinners. It's interesting, of course, that's the last time you made a reference there to the All-Ireland T20 semi-final between these two sides. Would have been the last time these two sides met, as that's cut straight to the fielder. 2 dots to start from Seb. You were there. Very, very exciting game above in Ballsbridge in Dublin. Gets through his overs quickly. That's a single for Ryan. And I suppose the question everyone asks is, Max Sorensen bowled the last delivery to Senin. Some say it came off the pad. Some say it came off the toe of the bat. Some say the ball came off a foothole, as that's another dot ball. Came off.
Some say there was a bit of a myth about that last over, because some say the winning runs were hit off the last ball, but actually it was the 5th ball of the over. Controversial.
There were so many different accounts of the game was won by Cork Harlequins in the end, but how they actually got over the line remains a mystery. So do you have any clarity, or what do we know? What are the facts?
Well, the fact is, Senin planted his foot down a wicket and spanked the ball as hard as he could for a lot of runs, and we'd beaten Merrion. So but it was the 5th ball of the over.
Okay.
But, I mean, the reality is that game, it's a T20. Anything around the 140 mark in a T20, both sides are in it from the start. A bit of batsmanship in 2 or 3 overs can win you the game. A cracking over from a bowler can win you the game. It is that lottery. That's the difference when you get to these 50 over games, where the professionalism can push through.
1 run from that over. It's 56 for 3 off 13 overs. Sam Harberson to come into the attack. He batted pretty well. Now he's going to come on to have a bowl. As Ryan gets off strike first ball, bit of width outside the off stump, and takes his single. So Sam Harberson came in kind of at the end, towards the end of the innings, and piled a little bit more misery onto the Cork Harlequins. Flaying.
I think you want to come in and bat at that point in this sort of game. Free your arms.
Pushed down the ground solidly by Devon Joyce.
Number 12. Ryan, number 23. We have an interesting squad system in Harlequins. We've 99 numbers and we only have 5 spares, which shows you how much the club has grown over the last 3 or 4 seasons.
Absolutely, and I think as well in Munster as well, there's been lots of clubs coming in. Well, that ball died ever so slightly. It's been a good pitch to play on, John. There's a bit of a nibble up front, but we are still in May, and when the temperatures get warmer.
I think when you have to think about it, this is the Harlequin first team's first game on grass.
Yeah.
So they've been playing on mats. These players, a lot of them are playing second team as well to keep their eye in. So they've been playing on mats.
Big appeal. Declan Early shakes his head.
I think that was going over.
Well, we'll wait for the decision. It's a leg by, so that's one leg by. My apologies, John. I cut across you.
No, I think that was in line, but I think that was just bouncing too high. Yeah, they've been playing games on mats, the Harlequins boys here, coming up against a Merion team that's been playing probably exclusively and training on grass. And, you know, the Harlequins boys, I think they had a net on grass during the week, but there's a certain nervousness about the surface. But in this case, I think the biggest issue was the bowling on the surface. It was difficult probably for them to have sort of clarity of what the opposition are going to do. I don't think the back of a length was the wrong plan. They just bowled to that plan. But you can just, the Merion guys, it's just the professionalism there. Game's not over yet. Not over by a long shot. And as I say, there's still some pretty big hitters from the Munster team waiting, getting padded up, having a few throwdowns over at the far end of the ground. I can see them now. The Hassan Khan brothers.
A single and a leg by from that over. It's 14 overs done, 58 for the loss of 3 wickets. We spoke briefly, John, about this gulf between the two provinces when it comes to top division cricket. I know there's a myriad of stuff we could talk about, but just more specifically, facilities and more specifically, again, playing surfaces, strips. Because with the exception of the Mardyke and up here in Farmers Cross, Munster play exclusively on mats and artificial surfaces. Is that to our detriment that Leinster get to play more matches on grass?
Now, obviously, I've got to be careful here because, as you know,
I've put you. I'm
sponsoring this broadcast, and my business is to put in artificial wickets for cricket.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I'd say that there isn't a club in Ireland that doesn't need an artificial wicket somewhere.
Of course,
obviously.
Of course.
No, cricket should be played on grass. Oh, nice little shot there.
And it's well fielded there, and.
Came back for free on the this field. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things that cricket should be played on grass, but we're in Ireland. It's wet. We have a lot of rain, so it's. I don't think there's an easy answer to it until they develop a grass wicket and a cricket ball that can play in the rain. Then you're going to have artificials. Now there are actually 3 of the 13 clubs. Big appeal going down leg. Yeah, 3 of the 13 clubs in Munster have grass wickets. Obviously, you've got Harlequins up here, Cork County down at the Mardyke, or the Beamish grounds.
Yeah.
But then over in Lismore, historic, celebrated 150th year last year. They've kept going with grass wickets, and they're a unique club because I think if you turned up to Lismore as a member and said, I want to put in a grass wicket, artificial wicket, I think they'd throw you out of the club.
Yes.
They have no artificial there, and they play for many, many years on uncovered wickets. So fair play to them. That's the true spirit of cricket, really. But artificials, they're not all the same. Every single surface is probably different place, different. You don't know what's underneath. There's different brands or manufacturers, different lengths of weave, different types of weave, and different wear levels. And so in some respects, artificials aren't any easier to play on, because that's the myth. It's always, artificials, it's slow.
Yeah.
Play off the back foot. There's a little bit of that. I think once you get into senior cricket, there is a little bit of factor that actually it's easier to bat on wickets. But then again, some artificials play historically bad. I'm not going to shame them, but there was one club here, it's not their fault, their pitch was worn out in the north of the province, and that was historically horrendous for bounce, one end, but that's been replaced now. But I think grass wickets are a truer reflection of the game. I think that's what I'm there.
It's that's really interesting. As Sam Harberson, so 15 overs done. It's now 61 for 3, and I think it's high time we started talking about dapt cricket just on that point, because as you say, an artificial surface for any club who are starting off, it's like it's the hallmark of any club, isn't it, to have themselves a playing surface that does well, and dapt cricket is for yourself, as that's edged down to third man from Devon. He moves on to 23, a partnership of 39 now, just what Cork Harlequins needed to build a partnership. But dapt cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Tell us a bit more about that.
We kind of slipped into it. As people know, I was working for Munster, but there was we had 3 new clubs here that needed grounds. There were difficulties because of COVID and all sorts of other reasons, getting the logistics in place, the money, and the companies to come over, because a lot of the mats are manufactured in the UK. And I was approached and asked if I have a bit of the wherewithal, would I be prepared to put mats in? And I said, yeah, why not? And then I had a company which wasn't trading, so we switched it. That was the DAPT. We switched it to do this stuff with the intention of putting in free mats for free clubs. 11 mats later, we're still going, and now we sort of branched out to do a lot of bespoke, odd jobs. I'll be up at a club next week, or the end of next week, extending their run-ups to try and make them resilient to a lot of the training and multiple clubs playing on their ground. I've also started to do work up in Leinster. I was up there last week at Swords, replacing their worn-out pitch, putting in a new one, and they have a training facility to come soon. And then I was over in Clare, growing the game in the west of Ireland for Clare Cricket Club. That was an unusual one because they already had concrete strip down, so we had to put a mat on a strip, and it plays really well. To be honest, it plays really well.
That's the end of the over. Only 2 runs from it. 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. You can see there in the background next to the side screen. Yeah. So, Cork Harlequins, that rate is starting to climb. Coming up as to 10s now. That's a dot ball from Seb. 3 overs, no wins, no wicket for 10 runs. Bowling his leg breaks. And he's bowling pretty well too. With the exception of 1 or 2 short deliveries, has been bowling very well. Yes, sorry, go ahead, John.
I'm going to say he gets through his overs very quickly.
Yes, he does. Good for the over rate. Not good for the bowler at the other end, though.
Yeah, Max is not getting wasn't getting much because it was Sam had come on to replace him.
Pulled into the leg side for 1, and you can see there in the background the artificial wickets for Irish cricket, the dapt banner. John, how can people contact you if they want to avail of your service?
Well, the website's still being built. That's how new a company we are at the moment. But that's dapt.ie. The email via that. But at the moment, if you want to contact me to get a quote or to discuss any sort of cricket-related issue with pitches or big shot there, just watch what happens there.
Oh, it's in the air. Fielder circling. And it's dropped safely, I think. Yes, it has. So just one run there.
Yeah, I can be contacted by email for John 432dapt at gmail.com. I have a Twitter presence. There's a wicket there.
Yeah, we'll get back to that in a moment. That's Devon.
No,
It's Ryan. Sorry, Ryan bowled for 17. That broken the partnership of 43. It was starting to build there for Cork Harlequins, but Seb, who's been getting through his overs pretty quickly and has just slid one through the defence there of Ryan Joyce. He'll be disappointed, but it was a good effort from him. He goes for 17. Cork Harlequins are now 66 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, I think Ryan was just starting to get his eye in there. He was looking to rock back and just cut that away, and it just there was a little bit less bounce, skidded through, turned quicker through the gate. And so we've now got Shivam, the captain.
Yep, the captain strides out to the middle. Number 82 for Cork Harlequins. As you said, the partnership was building there of 43. But Seb, who's bowling a nice spell there from the city end, rattling through his overs and now has a wicket as well.
Well, if ever there's going to be a captain's innings, now is the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the required run rate has just jumped over the 10 mark.
Yeah, I found it on the screen this time. 10.07.
Yeah. A busy screen there. Lots going on. So one delivery to go. Marion are attacking. There's a slip in place as Shivam faces his first delivery.
Let's just see what happens here.
Played into the offside, fielded by John Anderson. Brings to an end the 17th over at 66 for 4.
Yeah, we can see, obviously, you've got the grass wicket out there, so they're used to the training and practicing on the mat, and a lot of the spinners playing them on the back foot.
Yeah.
As we're keeping to the theme of the surfaces. Yeah, no, I can be contacted on my
Yeah,
email.
yeah.
So it's john432dapt at gmail.com. I have a Twitter presence, so you'll find the company Twitter is DAPT Cricket. So if you just search on that, on any of the social media, you'll find me and get to me. To be fair, I'm quite reasonably well known in the Irish cricket scene now, so if you want to just mention John Buss to any of the operations managers for Northern, Northwest or Leinster Cricket, they'll put you in touch. And to be fair, most of the jobs I get are sort of referrals from one club to another. I've got a sort of growing reputation with a lot of the new Irish spring up Asian clubs that have graduated. Oh, a glorious shot there for one run, unfortunately. That was Devon.
For Harlequins fans, unfortunate there was only one run, but Marion fans, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah. No, so yeah, a lot of the new clubs, and in fact, I mean, I love working with them. They've example of United Cricket Clonmel, famous club in Ireland for many years, one of the historic clubs, folded about I think 30 years ago. A bunch of lads turned up there, wanted to play cricket, were playing as the second team for Lismore for a few seasons. It's a long story, so I'm not going to bore anyone with it, but they managed to get a farmer's field through the jigs and the reels, as they'd say in these parts. And from that, they managed to get a bit of funding from the Showground Association up there. And they approached me and we put in the pitch for them. And now they're 3 teams playing out of there. Exciting club, 60 active players, fantastic, and it's beautiful to see. And their kids are coming along. They've just done a Nits Wicket program with Cricket Ireland for the youngsters. They're talking about getting into the clubs. The game is suddenly that had died in that part of South Tipperary is now grown again, and to be part of that is brilliant.
Brilliant. We commented earlier, artificial wickets in Irish cricket. That's a good ring to it. Whereabouts did that? Was it just kind of a whim that kind of came on? Because if you look in the background of your screen, you can see it there. A lovely banner in green with white writing as a few dot balls. Only one run off this over so far. That was Devon. Artificial wickets for Irish cricket.
Yeah, I mean the company logo is actually black on green tiger stripe. I'd like to say that there was a focus group involved with that, Eric, but it was actually what we could fit on the banner when we were designing it.
Ah.
It was good, but and coming up with what a shot.
That's a beautiful stroke through the leg side. It's been a while since the Harlequins batters have found the fence. They found it that time though. Shivam Kisley off the mark with a 4 through mid-wicket brings to an end the 18th over. It's 71 for the loss of 4 wickets. Kind of ruined that over there. Sam was bowling really well, but a boundary to finish. But so I suppose, often when you're coming up with ideas, the best idea comes around as a kind of the least you expect it. You wouldn't expect it to come around like that, but
I think so. I'm asked at every job we do, what does DAPT stand for? Well, that's a trade secret. So, but
I won't plug you. I won't question you on that one. So I won't push you on that.
I know, I love it. It's been brilliant. It's brilliant getting out there and meeting the clubs, meeting the families, getting the work done outside. The Irish River can be a bit of a pain. It always seems to, whenever we get to the end of the job and you're painting the lines on it, the rain comes down, which is a problem when you're trying to paint sort of semi-permanent lines up for someone on their pitch. But yeah, just watching this.
And that's played back to the bowler. You just answered what my next question was going to be. What has been the biggest challenge about putting down these surfaces? I think you just answered it there. The weather.
Yeah, the weather.
Anyone that stands out? Any challenge in particular that stands out for you?
It's the weather and the truck getting stuck trying to get it onto the pitches. Because one of the things I do is I'm quite happy to do work on pitches in the middle of the season.
Has he held on to it? He has, yeah. Shivam stands his ground, but he will have to walk off. He's pulled that ball directly to mid-wicket. And again, my apologies for cutting across you, John. The skipper has pulled that to the mid-wicket fielder. Sam has got his second wicket, Seb has got his second wicket, very well deserved. And a good catch there at mid-wicket. Shivam goes for 4. Cork Harlequins in all sorts of trouble. They're 72 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, and that brings Matt Brewster striding out to the crease. He was captain last year. A lot of pressure gone off him this year, I think it's fair to say. He can practice work on his own game, but this is not the game you would normally want at this point, striding out at 72 for 4, still needing the better part of 230 odd runs. 300 and
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long day.
We were all up very early.
Very early.
Yeah, it's been a very long day. The sort of the challenges of doing wickets for people with the weather and that, and you've got to try and get onto the grounds with your vehicles and equipment. But I pride myself on my sort of you could say growing sort of portfolio has been able to do work during the season without damaging the pitches. Last year I did a job for Middleton. I replaced their worn out artificial the week before they hosted a cup final. And it's all successfully done, but there's a lot of that work is done bespoke. It's done at the time. It's done in a timely fashion and done by hand. I try to avoid using a lot of heavy plant machinery because that really will damage grounds. Now, if it's a big job, sometimes clubs have to understand that you can only really do that September at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Or if you're lucky in March. But looking at this year, now touchwood, we were quite lucky with the jobs we did do, but we had a really wet March and April, and if you were planning to put in a brand new pitch in a greenfield site that's not had cricket before, that might not have the proper access and everything else to do with that, and you have a really, really wet spring, then you could have a lot of trouble with that, because you might have to use plant machinery, and you've got all sorts of risk of ruts and damage and stuff like that. And also, as much as you might like to survey a farmer's field, you don't know if there's a spring underneath it. It's just one of those things, you just don't know.
So it's 19 overs done. It's 73 for the loss of 5 wickets, so half the team in the shed. And yeah, well, I'm sure a lot of people tuning in will have either played or are going to play on one of your surfaces, John. So thank you very much. Keep it up. Best of luck. And was there bat on the way through? There was. Matt Brewster has nicked one behind. Sam Harberson gets in on the act. And it's all coming to a very quick end for Kerr Harlequins. It's 73 now for the loss of 6 wickets. Matthew Brewster goes for 1. Just a little thin one, John, through to the keeper.
Yeah, he put his bat out there as it was coming through. Matt's a player that he plays like that. He's either get his eye in and then head down in a decent innings, or he's going to go early, and he just fished at that one. That brings in Senan Jones, striding in, the hero from the semi-final against Merion 2 seasons ago, batting in totally different circumstances here. Now, to be fair, if they're anywhere near 400 runs in 30 overs time, then he would definitely be the hero again.
Well, I said there, and I shouldn't have said it, that it's all gonna. It's all the end is nigh. It's not. There's still plenty of time, but Merion well on top in this game, and as a contest, this game is slipping away from Kerr Harlequins.
Oh yeah, it's slipping away.
Yeah,
it's slipping away. And now, in some respects, there's 1 or 2 players might walk out there and say they've got nothing to lose. And
yeah.
At every single ball. In fact, there are a couple of batsmen waiting to come in. It's going to be the scoop or smash down the ground.
Something innovative, perhaps. We shall see. So
step across and flick to the leg side, I reckon.
So that was a front foot no ball. So this will be a free hit for Senan Jones. Played into the leg side. That ball will race past the mid-wicket fielder and away for 4. So a boundary for Senan Jones. And something for the home crowd to cheer about. They haven't had much to cheer about today.
No, they haven't. And some of the supporters have seem to have gone in to get something orange and sparkly.
Maybe fizzy cola this time.
I'd say so, yeah. Oh, single ball here.
Oh, that's gone as well. The second edge of the over. And Senan Jones, after hitting his previous delivery for 4, now has to walk back. A little thin one through to the wicketkeeper. Sam has his second wicket in the over, a second catch for the century maker Stephen Doheny. And now Harlequins are 78 for 7.
So we now have Zubair Hassan Khan. He was affected, as we talked earlier, if you remember, Eric, we were talking about Leinster with bringing in the rule that you couldn't play for 2 clubs. Zubair last year was quite unique. He got to 2 All-Ireland finals. He was with the with the Harlequins team in the T20 All-Ireland final, and he played for Terenure in the National Cup All-Ireland final. So you could say he was the case in point that perhaps some of the makers of the rules were trying to stop happening. So he's been affected, but fair play to Zubair. He chose Harlequins.
I was just going to say, yeah.
When he came to Ireland with his family, he came up here. We embraced him as part of the team, developed him. He played at youth for Munster at 2 different levels, played for Harlequins all the way through. So in some respects, some would say perhaps it was the right choice to be playing for Harlequins today. Took a step down Took a step down the wicket there with intent.
Positive intent there from Zubair.
Oh, he's only going to play one way.
I was just going to ask, how do you think Zubair is going to approach this innings?
There's going to be a lot of flying of the bat. If he connects with the ball, it'll go a long way.
Watch out. It's Sam to Zubair. And that was left outside the off stump.
It's well worth it if you can watch it on repeat. Watching again, because that was a beautiful leave. He went down on one knee to leave the ball.
Yeah, he kind of squared up. His 2 shoulders were facing down the track once he got into position. 20 overs gone, 78 for the loss of 7 wickets. And a reminder that this broadcast is sponsored by Dapt Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. So John Buss is the man to contact for that. And John, thank you very much for sponsoring us today. You're very good.
No problem, Eric. I've enjoyed it. It's always good to be involved with Club Sportscast TV.
That was an edge on one hand, one bounce there. But if you're playing Stumpy, these two bowlers, John, the first change bowlers, Seb and Sam, both taken 2 wickets each, have really put the brakes on, haven't they? Seb has run through his overs pretty quickly and bowled his leggies very accurately, while Sam has been challenging the outside edge of the bat. Really good backup bowling to the openers.
It just shows a settled outfit. You know, they knew what their job was when they came out. I mean, it's relative. Not going to say totally easy, but the game was set up for bowling like that. But they've kept the control on there. This will be interesting. Defensive there by Zubair onto the back foot, just blocked it. I'd say even his leave in the previous over was exciting to watch.
It was.
Yeah, back foot
And
defence
again.
again.
So
He's going to have. I can't imagine he's not going to try and plonk this into the road. No.
played into the leg side.
Yep.
A long boundary out there. It's a lot of the narrative is that it's a small ground, which it is a very small ground, especially straight. But there is one big hit out to the left-hand side of your screen. That was Zubair Hassan Khan there getting off strike.
If you're playing games on the mat here, it's equidistant both sides, and it's not bad.
Here's a chance. Not quite. Devon Joyce getting to the other end.
Yeah, on the mat, it's equidistant, and it's pretty average boundaries, leg and offside. If you play dead centre in the square, similarly they go. But we're towards the right-hand side of the square here today. Interesting enough, I can't say from the first innings that shorter boundary actually played any part of it. They didn't seem to really target it.
If anything, they actually targeted the big boundary to try and pick up twos, turn ones into twos.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the only shorter boundary they seemed to target was into the road, the short straight boundary, into the road. I mean, they didn't really go hard into the clubhouse, which is the same length. There was a little bit of a breeze there, but you know, they clearly had a batting plan and they stuck to it. But I think, actually, as we said right at the very start, it was the way they just rotated the strike and took the singles. Oh.
That's a good-looking shot. They'll be looking for 2, but it's the fielder out there gathered it quickly and threw it in. But yeah, the batting outfit for Marion, they were top quality, and I think what we seen out on the ground today and what you've seen on this live stream is very reflective of the scoreboard. 400 runs to chase down Cork Harlequins, have slumped to 82 for 7.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see what's happening around the country, and I can't do that. I think we might jump into that in a minute. We can.
That's a good idea.
As we'll be getting to the sort of the meat of some of the games. And there were some interesting scores going on. There were some big clubs under a lot of pressure. I'm looking at MV play earlier.
Absolutely. So a lot of the games into their second innings now, and that ball kept low, but well kept out from Zubair Hassan Khan. So, as John referenced there, just a couple of games going on. Leinster Cricket Club made their journey up to Belfast. Leinster batting first, scored 248. In reply, CSNI 122 for the loss of 3 wickets halfway through their innings. So plenty of wickets in hand there for the northern outfit. Just going through, we're going to focus there on Cork County, and I'll pass you over to John for that.
Eric keeps up with the score in this game. I'll just fly through. Oh, is that enough one? No.
No, on the half volley.
On the half.
Well, very well fielded at mid-wicket by Mohammed Sayan. Very well fielded.
There was a bit of shouting out there. I thought there must be a wicket. So I've got Wexford against Muckamore. So into the National Cup, we've got jumped into first. So that's Wexford 144 for 6. Muckamore 111 for 6 on Nelson. 32 overs gone. Made 34 runs off 48 balls, 4 wickets remaining. Moving on to, we have Ballymena against Knockharley. That seems to be going, I'd say, Knockharley's way there. That's half and half. So they're chasing 184, still need 61 runs off 11.1 overs, obviously being
all out, and Carrickfergus did not get out on the field to bat. And that's a good looking shot there from Devon. Only 1 run taken, so in the Oracus Irish Senior Cup, Dunnamana and Carrickfergus will have to do it all over again.
Yeah. Back to the jump back to the National Cup there a little bit. North Kildare, be a popular game to watch. They need 13 runs off 17 overs, so I think we can see which way against Bongs Glen.
And that is a good looking shot there from Zubair Hassan Khan, his first boundary cutaway past the point fielder for 4 runs.
Okay, so Oracus Senior Cup, Leinster against CSNI, so that was plugged as a big game. Leinster made 248, CSNI are 126 for free at the halfway point. Still needing 123 off with 7 wickets at the halfway point, so that's still up in Belfast and could go either way. Claremont Road, YMCA, still in play. YMCA made 237. So Coleraine are 89 for 7 at the halfway point. So yeah, they're probably in a similar situation to the game here.
Very, very similar to this situation, yes. As Zubair Hassan Khan takes the aerial option to good effect. A 1 bounce for his second boundary in the over. So a bit of pressure being applied to young Seb, as Zubair Hassan Khan is starting to open his shoulders. Nice looking shot there over extra cover.
New buildings. I was up there last year when Quins were playing just along the road at Dunnamana. Fabulous club. They're playing Warringstown. So new buildings all out for 98. Warringstown still require 87 off 47.4 overs. And there's a lot of rain up in Derry, so I'm presuming that's been a big delayed start. So I'm wondering if that's going to go to the 50 overs. Nothing showing on DLS at the moment. Nearby, just down the road at Ardmore weighed 248 against Cork County. So will there be a Munster team still in the draw on Monday? County are 0 for 0 off 1.2 overs. So I'm presuming, looking at the weather forecast and radar, with the amount of rain there, that might not get concluded. Yes, Cork County could still be in the draw. There could be a Munster team still in the draw in the Senior Cup. Harlequins could still be in the draw as well. Who knows what's going to happen? So we've now got then to Brigade, made 151. That was a bit of a recovery for Brigade, I believe. They're playing Pembroke. So that was actually billed as probably the biggest match of the competition. Brigade against Pembroke in the first round. So Pembroke are 152 for 8. Sorry, that's the result, I presume. Looking at that. Yeah. It's just, in fact, that's just concluded because it's jumped off my screen. So I think Pembroke have just beaten Brigade. I'll double check in the results in a minute.
Thank you very much, John, for the update. And of course, we'll keep those results coming in as we find them, as that is bowled. So Tom Stanton was the new bowler. He bowled a dot ball, a wide ball, and Devon played well, 30 off 48. 30 off 48. But had to try and kick things on. Swinging across the line, has his leg stump knocked back. So Cork Harlequins now 93 for 8. Devon Joyce departs for 30. So thank you very much, John. Keep those results coming, by the way, if you have any. Pembroke there beating Brigade.
Limerick and Galway is abandoning the National Cup, which I know that the fixture secretary in Munster will be thinking, that's a weekend we hadn't considered going into. So that'll obviously have to be replayed. No results. Rush beats Strabane.
Really?
Just going through this now. So the Hills beat Fox Lodge. Interestingly, Fox Lodge were the last team to play away down at Cork Harlequins.
That's right, yeah, 10 years ago.
Should we talk about that? The politics of Harlequins having 10 away draws in a row?
I was playing that game against Fox Lodge. Good game. So Tom Stanton has a wicket. It's going to be Umer Hassan Khan. So we had the Joyce brothers earlier on. Now we have the Hassan's brothers now. And first ball, Umer Hassan Khan tried to drill that ball into the middle of next week. He missed it. So too did the keeper, Stephen Doheny. And that will be 4 byes. And he took a big swing at that one, John.
I'm just wondering, can you have double byes? Because it's just been thrown back to the bowler and he missed it and it's gone over the boundary the other end. Wouldn't that be interesting if you could have 8?
8 byes. I think that's what Cork Harlequins would be wanting, 8 byes now. But
I think we have to forget about the scores for the moment because we've got the Hassan Khan brothers now batting. And if they're still batting in 10 overs time, we would have seen some very interesting cricket.
Very entertaining cricket. So Umer Hassan Khan, an aggressive stroke first ball. There's a slip in place. Played down the ground. And he will pick up 1. Gets off the mark. I think, John, I would have considered moving my car had I known Umer Hassan Khan was going to swing the bat that hard.
Oh,
and Zubair now. And it's circling underneath it is the fielder, who takes the catch, running away to his left. Zubair Hassan Khan has to go. Good running catch there away to his left from that fielder. I think it's John Anderson out there. Zubair Hassan Khan goes for 9. Cork Harlequins now 98 for 9.
Yeah, Zubair was targeting the clubhouse roof there, or the cars parked beyond it. Yours, perhaps, Eric.
Mine's parked in behind us here. I was okay with that one.
Right. Yeah, he just lost a bit of bat face control on the ball, and instead it ballooned up over to. It was still the long off fielder, but it was more around towards deep extra cover. It hung up and asked for a catch. It was a bit of a bobble, but he pouched it in the end. That's the Hassan Khans both play very similarly, very aggressive. Umer against spinners, if he can connect with 2 or 3 overs of balls, will hit some big shots. He hit a 6 here 3 weeks ago over into the road, into the field, the biggest 6 I have ever seen on this ground.
Well,
country mile.
Well, there we go. There we go. Still
a country mile.
still entertaining stuff. Batting number 11 for Cork Harlequins. It's Mushtaq Marden. He bowled with heart, bowled with courage today, and now he gets his opportunity with the bat. Played into the offside for a dot ball. That brings to an end. A good over for Tom Stanton. 2 runs, 2 wickets, a wide. There were 4 byes in there as well. So
surely it was 8 byes. So this leaves Umer on strike with nothing to lose.
Off the very impressive bowling of Seb, the leggy who's bowled through from the city end of the ground. He's an action which, kind of a low arm action, it's kind of repeats itself, doesn't take too much out of him, and as we said earlier, he really does zip through his overs. John?
Yeah, he does. This is going to be a challenge on grass here, leg spinner.
Yeah.
Bit of zip in the bowling. Umer's going to struggle, but I mean he's going to just plant his foot and try and hit this into cork. There we go.
And that's a big hit. And the Marion fielders already climb onto the ditch before the ball landed. That was 6 runs. And 100 up for Cork Harlequins. Too little, too late, but entertaining
There
nonetheless.
was a shout from over in the clubhouse. Game on, Harlequins. Game on. Yeah, that was classic Umair. I mean, against this, he will find this bowling challenging if he gets, if he just misjudges one. But that's how he plays. He's going to plant his foot and he's going to hit it into the city. Well,
it is going in that direction. I think we're pretty glad he's hitting in that direction at the moment.
He was described as a batsman who hits a lot of sixes, and we said no, he doesn't hit sixes. He hits eights.
Well, had he timed that last one, it may have gone for 9.
To be fair, Marion haven't gone and fetched the ball. I hope that's not a bad idea. If he connects with the next 5, they might have to go and look for some of them. Oh, blocks that one.
Umair keeping that ball out. 100 up for Kerr Harlequins. It's been a very entertaining game here, but a very one-sided one as well, as it looks like that ball has beaten everyone and it will race away for 4, and the Kerr Harlequins fans are loving it.
Yeah, there's a bit of a fight back going on here. So far off, but that went. He took a big swipe, it kept a bit low, went under the bat, went past the keeper and rolled away for 4 byes. Keeps him on strike. 10 runs off the over?
That's 10 runs off the over. They're just looking for the ball there now. Let's hope they don't trip over any of the cables back there.
Yep. It'd be interesting to see if he does plant another 2 into the field, if they actually go to look for them. Here we go.
Get the feeling that they're not used to fetching the balls out of field as this Marion side.
His foot's there, bat up.
And that's gone. Is it? Marion seem convinced, they're happy that the game is over. All eyes to the umpire. And he's gotten in. Well, can you believe it?
I can't believe it, actually. I can't believe my own eyes. I'm almost turning to Joe at the side here to say, what do you think, Joe?
Umar Hassan Khan has swung the bat like a windmill. He was outside his crease, and before the keeper took the bails off, he got back.
Well, the keeper took the bails off in a very sort of nonchalant sort of way.
And now it's crashed into the pad. The umpire has said no. And
I don't know.
Marion are currently in a state of shock that they're not walking off the field for the end of the game. And he has gone for it. And it has gone into the field.
Cleared the road, both banks, and 20 yards of the field.
It's the end of the over. Harlequins live to fight another day. 25 overs done, 114 for the loss and 9 wickets. Umar Hassan Khan moves on to 13 from 8 with 2 sixes. And it's hard to believe what's going on here. A game that was dead and buried has all of a sudden sprung back into life.
I can tell you now, Stephen Donaghy thought that was out by a country mile. He practically had turned to shake hands.
He was turning to shake hands. He was done. Play with a...
What do you think, Eric? Do you think the crowd wants Mushy to knock a quick single and get to
I
down that end?
think so. And no doubt the instruction to Mushy from Umair was to get him on
Eric,
strike.
The car's parked behind the hedge here.
Yes, it is.
Do you want Umair on strike that end? Umair nearly man-catted there.
Well, bit of gamesmanship happening right at the end of the day. Well kept out from Mushtaq. Tom Stanton has bowled 1.1 overs, 2 wickets for 2 runs. That last over kind of ruined Seb's figures a little bit.
He got under Marion Skinner a little bit. There's a little bit of talking to him about, you're stealing ground and I'm going to take your bails off. They're winning the game by just under 300 runs here at the moment.
Wide down leg side.
Did they fetch that ball?
I don't think they did.
No, I
don't think they did. So if you want...
We'll be okay for training balls if this game keeps alive for another 10 overs.
Well, I was just going to say it's free game now. If you want a cricket ball, the field opposite. Oh, it's edged and it's gone. It's a great catch at slip by Musgill, and now the teams will shake hands. Cork Harlequins have been dismissed for 115 runs. They have lost this game by 285 runs. John, a good catch there, and a dominant performance by Marion.
Yeah, professional, I think is the word. A professional influence. But anyway, thank you, Eric. There's a lot of things to be closed up now, so I'll say goodbye. Thank you for having me. It's been great to sponsor the broadcast. Good luck to Club Sportscast TV.
Thank you very much, John. And remember, DAPT Cricket, artificial wickets for Irish cricket. Thank you very much, John Buss. So, just going to finish off the game here. Joe Mahoney has joined me.
Hi, Rodders. Thank you so much to John and Rue today for coming on the comms. And to you especially. Your voice must be destroyed at this stage. But it was incredible. What a professional performance by Marion. Outclassed Cork Harlequins today. And we wish them luck in the next round of the Irish Senior Cup, and to Harlequins, good luck in the rest of the season. So from Rodders and myself and everyone here at Farmers Cross, I'd like to say thank you, good night, and we'll talk to you soon. Take care.